39 US banking groups build blockchain network. And lastly, Thailand's SEC releases draft rules for spot, Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. Well, after a very strong rally, Bitcoin has stabilized near the $79,000 level mark. Little bit of profit booking coming in, but the momentum still remains bullish. Technicals are still suggesting overbought positions are there, as Bitcoin ETFs have marked their 6th straight day of inflows, which total roughly $2.26 billion. Well, Japan has officially moved to put its $8 trillion government bond market on the blockchain. The Financial Services Agency, Ministry of Finance, Bank of Japan and the country's 3 mega banks are building a system for instant 24/7 settlement of stocks and government bonds. This comes weeks after Japan ended its 4-year crypto freeze and moved to treat digital assets as financial products. 39 US state banking associations are joining forces to build a nationwide bank-run blockchain network. The Bank Chain Alliance is targeting a 2027 launch and will support regulated stablecoins, tokenized deposits and smart payments as well. Well, the industry-owned network will represent thousands of banks and be interoperable with the other networks as well. And Thailand's Securities Exchange Commission SEC has released draft rules for spot Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. The proposal aims to broaden investment opportunities for investors and the capabilities of the business operators, promote product diversity in Thailand's capital market and establish consistent standards for the offshore custody of digital assets across relevant fund types. And before we wrap, here's a quick check on the changes to the crypto prices over the last 24 hours. A cool-off coming in after 4 to 5 important sessions of rally coming in. Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, all of them falling between 2 to 6%. Little bit of correction coming in Solana and Tron as well, as we see the resistance levels being tested going ahead. Time now to take a look at the crypto strategy for the day. Here's what's there to keep in mind today. The market outlook is showing bullish consolidation. There's a technical breather happening after a very powerful rally. Remember, the medium-term technical structure still remains strong. The support continues because of 2 reasons. First is the ETF inflows and the second being the regulatory clarity. You should know that the Bitcoin key support range is still there between that 76 to almost $78,000 mark. Now, as we wrap, remember you can reach out to CoinSwitch's dedicated helpline where anyone can connect with the in-house experts to get their queries resolved, whether it's about crypto, regulations, taxation or the broader industry. The team is available to provide guidance and help users make informed decisions. Well, that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Welcome to NDTV Profit. I am Mahima Vachharjani and with me is Puneet Zaveri, and this is Ask Profit, a show that gets all your stock-related queries answered. For viewers tuning in, you can either give us a call or send us your queries on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screen up there. And while you do that, a quick look as to how the markets are doing at the moment. The Nifty 50 is hovering above the 24,300 levels, holding above the 24,300 levels and taking support near the 20-day exponential moving average is what we're seeing, up by about just 0.1%. The bank Nifty, however, is doing very well as compared to where the benchmarks go, because 57,900 levels is what we're tracking, and if we try to cross the psychological level of 58,000 levels, then a further upside could be expected on bank Nifty is what technical analysts believe, and a 0.8% uptick is what we're seeing in terms of where the bank Nifty goes. Let's also pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see as to what are the counters that are buzzing and contributing towards the minor gains coming in. You have something like a Kotak Mahindra Bank, which is up 2.7%, SBI Life, HDFC Life, so life insurance companies as a pack doing well, and you also have Ultratech and ICICI Bank contributing towards that gain. But there's Bharti Airtel, which is now they're seeing some profit taking coming in, down 1.4%. Infosys, Nestle, BEL are some of the other names, and Apollo Hospitals also that continue to trade under pressure. Let's also quickly pull up the sectoral heat map to see as to what sectors are buzzing in trade right now. And you have your PSU banks largely leading that bank rally, coming in up 1.25%. You also have pharma and realty in the green, but there's Nifty IT, which is down by about 0.5%, and defense also continues to see some profit taking coming in. Let's also quickly pull up the BSE 500, and before that the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 in terms of how the broader markets are looking like. The mid cap 150 is trading 0.3% higher, and the small cap 250 slightly doing better than that, up by about 0.5%. So that's how the broader end of spectrum looks like. Quickly, the BSE 500, some specific names and specific action. You have something like a Quest Corp signed, of course, on the back of takeaways coming in from their investor meet. You also have Five-Star Business, Route Mobile, etc. doing fairly well, but Spin Corp is something where profit taking is coming in. Both your Graphite India and HEG seeing downtick of around 2%, and you also have Rajesh Exports and Varun Beverages. The street is not probably liking the new development coming in with regards to the Alcobev space and the new subsidiary that Varun Beverages has decided to incorporate. So that's with regards to where the broader end of spectrum goes. But one important update coming as Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal leads India's largest ever business delegation in Japan for a 4-day visit. NDTV Profit's Rishabh Bhatnagar reports from the ground about the conversations and business agenda. Listen to what he has to say.
Konnichiwa here from Tokyo in Japan. The Commerce Minister has just winded up a roundtable with startups. He has given 4 calls to action for Japanese as well as Indian entrepreneurs and investors. Let me list those. The first one is a Japan-India Deep Tech Capital Corridor. This is essentially a two-way street where you'll have more and more patient risk capital that will be waiting for startups to take action on. The second one is the fact that India offers a design to deployment bouquet of services, and he has urged a lot of Japanese companies to actually come, test, build and deploy their products and services in India, given the fact that India has scale while Japan has high-tech manufacturing, high-tech solutions. The third one is a two-way innovation bridge, essentially connecting universities, incubators, R&D funds, as well as venture capital funds. That's what we're seeing when it comes to the third point. The fourth point is India and Japan could look at developing a Shark Tank-like pitching series. That's the interesting one. What we'll essentially have is Indian startups pitching for Japanese investments. And what we'll have is also Japanese startups pitching for Indian partners, essentially, to establish joint ventures. That's what we're picking up. This has been the 4 calls to action that the Commerce Minister has given. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more coverage coming in from Japan.
But India is pitching itself as the launch pad for the next wave of innovation as well. And speaking in Tokyo as well, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal called upon startups from India and Japan to deepen collaborations from early stage funding and deep tech innovation to manufacturing and market access as well. Listen to what he had to say to wrap up this coverage on Japan as well as what's happening with India as well as the convention.
Japan and India, if we work on 4 areas, I think we can significantly impact each other's economies and each other's future. 1, I suggest the Japan-India Deep Tech Capital Corridor, where larger pools of patient capital, not only for mature unicorns, but particularly early stage funding, can help catalyze these startups, ideas and innovations into success stories. 2, India offers a complete bouquet from design to large-scale deployment. And I think India as a market, not only to test your products, but finally get a large market to sell your products. I think a two-way innovation bridge connecting our universities with Japanese universities, our incubators with Japanese incubators, our venture funds with Japanese venture funds are all areas in which this partnership will support startups both from Japan and India. And finally, the fourth point, India and Japan can develop pitching series where Indian startups pitch for Japanese investments and Japanese startups pitch for partners in India.
All right, so that was Piyush Goyal addressing, of course, the 4-day delegation that we just talked about. But let's start digging into your queries, and to answer them, we're now joined by Tapan Doshi, research analyst at catapan.in, and we'll soon be also joined by Rajesh Bhosle, senior technical analyst at My Advisor Alpha, who will be soon joining us. Tapan, the first question that we have is coming in on MCX. Our viewer Nagesh from Bengaluru is holding 200 shares bought at the levels of 2805 and wants to know whether to continue to hold this one or exit. He's not mentioned the time frame, but in general, what do you recommend for MCX?
Yeah, of course, good stock. Good morning, Mahima. No, if you see again, the volumes hopefully will be coming up. Of course, the stock already corrected, now recovering. If you see, the options volumes are quite strong. Again, new contracts are quite supportive. If you see the institutional participation increasing, even in F&O side also. Only the thing is, regulatory risk will always be there. And it will always be a volume link earnings. But looking at the lower penetration of commodity market in India and one type of 98% market with MCX, I am quite positive. Again, asset light, high ROE. So please hold this stock for the long term.
All right, Tapan, on MCX, Nagesh also sitting on some good gains. But let's also look at the next query. This one's on PNB. Anita, who's from Hyderabad, has bought these shares at 39. So very attractive levels yet again. Asking what she should do with this counter. Tapan, would you recommend PNB to continue being held by Anita here, by Tapan? What would you recommend here?
So first of all, congrats to a good level. She entered a good profit, sitting on a good profit. If you see for PNB, credit growth will be around 11 to 13% from here, and for them, retail and MSME growth will be catalyst from here. The main thing is asset quality, whether they are able to maintain these NPAs or not. See, PSU valuation discount will always be there, and capital adequacy, now there is no issue for that. Of course, strong PSU turnaround we have seen. My take is at this valuation, hold this stock for at least 2-3 quarters more. And for at least for 1 year, she can hold it, no problem.
All right, the next one that we have is coming in on Aadhar Housing Finance. This is from Neelam, who's writing us from Jaipur. Has bought the stock at the levels of 315 and says that it's not moving much of a needle. Do we have Rajesh, by the way, online? Because this is a slightly short-term query that she wants to know about. 2 to 3 months is the time horizon that she's looking at. Rajesh, a very good morning to you. What do you make of Aadhar Housing Finance on the charts?
Yeah, very good morning to you as well. So if we see, I mean, in the last couple of sessions, we have seen a bounce back from the 460 level, and in the June series as well, the stock had rallied from the levels of 460 to 500 level. So it has reversed from a strong support, and it can expect a bounce back towards 500 levels. But overall trend remains negative. So as of now, hold on to it. But when it re-enters 500 levels, that would be ideal levels to lighten up the positions.
Let's also look at Gaja Alternate Asset Management today. The company listed on the exchanges, and see what that's doing, up almost 14%. And my colleague Nimit is actually in conversation with UK Sinha, who's the chairman of Gaja Capital. Let's listen into that slice of the conversation.
I didn't imagine it would come so soon. In 2012, we framed the AIF regulations. And after that, the industry has grown in a very, very big way, around 13.5 lakh crores. But listing is something which was always in my mind, whichever company, but Gaza has become the first one. And let us understand it in the context of development in the financial services market. If you go back to the reforms starting in 1991, broking firms were not listed. In fact, they're all proprietary, and they got listed. Public sector banks were not listed, and SBI got listed, and then private sector banks also got listed. Then came the mutual funds. Mutual funds got listed in the country. There was a huge problem and difference of opinion about whether stock exchanges should get listed. In fact, one very eminent expert who was heading a committee on behalf of SEBI, he had recommended that stock exchanges should not get listed because they also perform the function of a first line of regulation, and only the 10-year government security yield, that is what should be allowed, and rest of it should go to the investor protection fund and things like that. But SEBI came out, fortunately during my time, with a set of regulations for a stock exchange listing. And one of the important landmark decisions was that there would be no self-listing. So one exchange can get listed on the another exchange and things like that.
But that's what's happening. I mean, they're not, NSE's listing on the BSE, but they're permitted to trade. I mean, they're going for a permitted trade.
Yeah, but two exchanges are already listed. So the conflict of interest that was visualized in the minds of certain people, that how can you regulate yourself and also be profitable. So that SEBI solved in 2012 by coming out with a non-self-listing requirement. And that is doing very well. BSE is listing, MCX is listed. And the last frontier, today even InvITs are listed.
Yeah.
REITs are listed. Depositories are listed. So this was the last frontier. And I'm very happy and I'm thankful to SEBI for taking this very progressive and far-reaching decision. And by doing this, we are now at par with the best in the world. What is going to happen now is that the capacity to raise money for the startup ecosystem, for innovation ecosystem, that will go up in a big way. For sake of comparison, in 2012, the mutual fund industry, the size was hardly 6 lakh crores. Today is 86 lakh crores. Yeah. So this development today of Gaja alternate asset management company getting listed will pave the way for others also to be able to raise money in India. One thing we must realize that over the past few years, foreign money into alternate management companies has slowed down. On the other hand, India is sitting with lot of savings, lot of surplus, which is looking to find an option. They are investing in mutual funds, they are investing in other areas, but alternates provide a very good option for them to do it. So my thinking is that this listing will change the face of a startup ecosystem in the country.
That's a good note to actually lead on. I also wanted to understand, an alternative investment fund has its own strategic goals and outcomes. Sometimes it makes bets that don't work out. Sometimes it makes long-term bets that don't pay out very soon, right? In an environment like that, in India, where the retail environment can be volatile and the markets react to your quarterly results, how does that change the management and investment style at something like Gaja or for others in the space that are looking to get listed? Does that change the way you think about profitability and about return?
This debate or this question is a very genuine and valid question. But let me remind you that the same question arose when the mutual fund industry was getting listed. At that time, the same problem came in. In fact, the first problem which had to be addressed by SEBI and the larger system was that where do the assets of the funds, the funds floated by schemes floated by the AMC will lies. And obviously, they are a separate entity. They lie elsewhere. And the parent company, the asset management company, lies somewhere else. The two are different. And there are enough safeguards built into the mutual fund regulations and other regulations such as the listing obligations and disclosure requirement regulation.
Well, that was, of course, the management of Gaja Alternate Asset Management and paving the way for a new segment of companies to be listed as well. But let's now start the rapid fire round in this edition of the show. Rajesh as well as Tapan, you know the drill. Keep your answers as short as possible. The first one, it's on Bank of Maharashtra. Sasi from Navi Mumbai holding shares at 56. Tapan, should he continue to hold since it's bought at such attractive levels?
Yeah, please hold.
One is coming in on NMDC. Shankar from Bengaluru wants to know if he can go ahead and buy 500 shares of NMDC at the current market price. The time horizon is 1 or 2 months, and what could be the target price that he can expect on this one, Rajesh?
Yeah, can buy for a target of around 92 levels.
Next one's on Chalet Hotels. Shobhit holding shares at 730 Tapan and wants to know a 1-year view for what he should do now.
No, currently hold this stock.
Okay, the next one that we have is coming in, and this is from Madhav, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about whether this is the right time to enter into ICICI Bank, and he's looking at this from a long-term perspective. Tapan?
Yeah, but currently in SIP manner you can buy.
Our viewer is in 40% gains on Eternal, and Tapan, he wants to know if he can buy PB Fintech after selling Eternal out. What would you recommend?
No, stay with Eternal.
Okay, the next one that we have is coming in, and this is from Murli, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about Premier Energies. He's bought 20 odd shares at the levels of 1,118 rupees and wants to know for 1 more year, can he continue to hold? Rajesh?
Yeah, hold on to it. In the near term, expect move towards 1100.
Okay.
Next one, Space Digitech. Naveen holding shares at 214 Tapan and wants to know if he can continue to hold for the next 5 years. He's currently in a loss. What would you recommend?
No, not bullish. He can sell on rise.
Okay, the next one is on Ahluwalia Contracts. Aparna is holding around 150 odd shares, bought at the levels of 830. 2 years perspective, a good hold. Tapan?
You currently hold.
Mahesh from Maharashtra holding on to Paras Defense at 1509. Rajesh wants to know a short-term view of this counter.
I mean, buy on dip around 1350. Positionally can expect 1650 levels.
Okay, the next one is on Jyoti Labs. 100 shares bought at an average price. The price is not mentioned though. Jay from Tripur wants to know whether he can continue to hold this one or not. Rajesh, on the charts for Jyoti Labs?
Yeah, hold on to it. 210 is the first trigger. Once that is crossed, then 235 can be expected.
Okay.
Next one's coming on Anant Raj. Govind holding shares at 588 Tapan, then asking for a 2-year advice on this counter. We also have the demerger now, but what's your view on the counter?
Please hold, and he can buy on dips also.
Okay, the next one is on Paytm. Mohit from Ludhiana is holding since the levels of 1165. Wants to know if he can continue to hold the 50 shares that he has been holding. Tapan?
Yeah, good for long term.
Next one's Welspun Corp. Bindu wants to know if it's a good time to enter for the long term, Tapan.
Yeah, good stock to hold, and he can enter.
Okay, the next one is now on NetWeb Tech. Balwant from Rajkot is holding 30 shares since the IPO price of 500 is what he's saying. He wants to know the future prospects on this one. Continue to hold, Tapan?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations to him. Yeah, he can hold.
Yeah.
Next one's from Aarti holding on to Swiggy at 237. Rajesh, should she sell out or is there any legs for the stock to move now?
Hold on to it. We are expecting move towards 325 levels.
Okay, Persistent Systems is the other one. Siva from Amravati wants to know if this is the right time to enter the stock or not. Tapan, any view on this one?
No, not now.
The next one coming through, it's on Paytm, bought by Mohit from Ludhiana at 1165. He wants to know a short-term view here. Rajesh, stock seen a run up quite a bit. Any view here?
In the short term as well, we can expect towards 1830, 1850 levels.
Got it. Well, that was the last question of the rapid fire, but we'll come back with a lot more stock-related queries, at least in the second half of the show. Do stay tuned. A lot more action on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
When outcomes matter, you trust accuracy and precision every time. Because cricket ho ya medical care, trust is earned with consistency. Welcome to Lord's Med. Empowering health, touching lives. Accuracy that shows up when it counts the most. State-of-the-art innovation, made in India. और trust पूरी दुनिया का. When it comes to medical care, choose Lord's Universe. Precision with care.
Lord's Mark Industries, हमेशा आपके साथ.
Let's build a staggered deployment approach and balance things out between aggressive and safe bets.
Ionic Wealth is your co-founder in your journey of wealth creation.
Let him get a second opinion first.
Sounds good. Ionic Wealth is putting the power of institutional grade AI in your pocket so you can get your second opinion first.
We are turning a page in Nepal's political economy on the bedrock of good governance and bold reforms. We want to accelerate the pace of economic catch-up.
In rapidly changing global landscape, foreign policy must be anchored in strategic clarity and shared prosperity.
Hello, I'm Shashi Tharoor, and beyond statecraft and formal treaties lies the true heart of our partnership, our deeply rooted cultural diplomacy and people-to-people bonds.
I look forward to sharing our vision for industrial cooperation at NDTV World a week share.
Seamless trade and strategic cross-border investments are real drivers of modern growth.
Understanding the past and present is the key to unlocking the future in India-Nepal tie.
Join me at NDTV World Anviksha, Ideas Across Border in Kathmandu on August 27th as we explore Nepal's role in changing the world. Don't miss it.
Welcome to India's biggest grassroots innovation movement. Vande Bharatam, Bharatam, Vande Bharatam.
हमें ये पूरा रोड मैप क्लियर करके ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाना.
स्पंदन एक पोर्टेबल ईसीजी मशीन है.
सिर्फ यहाँ पे थेरेपीज डिजाइन की गई है.
If you need any manufacturing help, do reach out
and I'm more than happy to get your product to all of them.
हर हफ्ते आइडियाज के असली ग्रासरूट इनोवेटर दिखेंगे वंदे भारतम में. Coming soon on NDTV Profit.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook?
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. And as we go through the day in terms of taking your stock-related queries, a look at the markets yet again, because we are continuing to bask in on yesterday's last hour move. But apart from that, there's nothing much that's happening today as well. Look at the advance decline ratio also, because for the last few days, there's been consistently, we've been highlighting that the declines actually are having a much bigger impact in the broader markets. Today though, that seems to have reversed as well. So you are seeing some moves on individual names as well, and we showed that on the BSE 500 too at the start of the show. A lot of names though buzzing on the back of block deals as well. So pull up, grow, see what that stock is doing. VR Scientific is the other one where you're seeing some action there, but a lot of money actually, changing hands, a lot of investors booking out as well. So it's an interesting juncture at which we are at the markets right now. Let's look at VR Scientific also if we can. That was a counter that was under pressure too at the start, and continues to be one where Sagility also now up almost 4% on the bottom of the screen, but all of these counters are in focus as well. But let's get back to your stock related queries now. Mithilesh Kumar has asked us the next question on TV today. He's sitting on a big loss. He's bought these shares at 488 odd rupees almost 5 years back. Stock's trading at 112 now. So Tapan, he's holding almost 1,000 shares. What would be the strategy now for him? Should he sell on rise, but because it's at a very elevated level that he's bought at. What's your advice?
Yeah, no, the pricing is too high. No, but I'm not optimistic about this stock overall. If you see the ad revenues is quite weak. If you see again the pressure is there from competition. Competition is quite strong. Again, if you see digital competition also coming through YouTube and all that. So ad cycle dependence is much more for this company. And if that remains weak, I think the margins will remain weak. So lower earning growth we can see. Of course, Ashtak is a leader, but overall we know that most of the TV media is not doing so great unless one or two maybe doing well. So, but yes, it's a debt-free company, and Ashtak is a strong brand. But for long-term compounding, I don't think this is a stock one can hold. So it will be sell on rise from my side, even from here also.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on TV today. The next one that we have is coming in from Nandagopal, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Jana Small Finance Bank and Federal Bank. Of course, the bank did go ahead and clarify yesterday that there is no advanced talk in terms of where the acquisition goes. But overall, for both of these names, Tapan, what is your view like? And from a one-year perspective, a good hold?
Yeah, hold Jana also one should hold it because see there is a MFI stress is there already and asset quality pressure is there, but he can wait for one more quarter. But I think Federal Bank is the stock where I go and buy also this stock at this level at a dips, because if you see they are able to maintain their NPS quite well. Again, strong growth guidance is strong. Again, if you see the credit growth is almost more than 16 to 17%. So I think if he wants to go for long term, I think Federal Bank will be the stock one he can go. Here, Jana Bank, maybe one or two quarter more he can wait.
Got it. Let's go across to Murli now from Hyderabad, dialing in for a stock related query. Murli, very good morning. Welcome back to the show. What's your query?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to you and the panelists. My question is on Bank of Baroda. I have 150 shares at an average of 164.
Okay.
When it was high, I booked some profit. And that is one. And second is it a good time to enter EU Finance Bank?
Got it. Well, Murli, good on you to book some profits at the top. But Tapan, what would you recommend here for Murli to do? Should he book his profits entirely in Bank of Baroda, get into EU Small Finance Bank? Would that be your recommendation?
No, not now, because the stock has already gone down. No, if you see from the top, it is almost 25% down. I think the credit growth will be around 13 to 14% growth will be there. Again, the credit cost control will be there in the future. Rate cut impact, of course, is not there now, but I think the cycle will be long here. So my take is that no, he can wait for Bank of Baroda to come up. I think it will come up. At this level, valuations are okay, so no need to switch.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Bank of Baroda. The next one that we have is coming on Grow. This is for you, Tapan. P. Chinna from Andhra Pradesh is holding around 250 odd shares that he's bought at the levels of 197.5 and wants to know from a 5-year perspective, if I'm not wrong, is what he's saying. Can he continue to hold this one or not? It's currently trading around the 195, 196 mark. What do you make of this counter, Tapan?
So of course, all their ratios and all these are quite good. Even their growth is much better than other broking houses. Even client addition is strong. Mutual fund business is scaling. Wealth products, now they are expanding. Again, operating leverage is there. The only thing is, we know the regulation. If some changes in regulation will happen, then problem. Also, the volume part also we have to keep in mind. But at this valuation, I think this stock is trading at a much more higher multiples, almost double of what Angel One is there. So I think not at this level, maybe 180, 175 level, if it comes down, there he can enter for the long. But your stock is good, but at a lower level.
Got it. Well, the next question is between Ujjivan and IDFC first. Which is a better buy currently for the short term? Rajesh is the question coming in from Raj. On the charts, anything that you like between the two?
We are liking IDFC Bank. I mean, the stock is showing traction from the lower level, and possibly from here onwards, some 8 to 10% of a move can be expected. So possibly expecting 92 to 93 levels in that.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on IDFC First Bank. The next one that we have is on Sedemac Mechatronics. Our viewer Paramjeet from Himachal is holding around 1,500 shares, bought at the levels of 2,600. So he's made good profits. The stock is currently trading at 3094. Rajesh, on the charts, what do you make of this counter, and should he continue to hold for further gains?
Continue to hold. I mean, it's in a range, but possibly once 3150, 3200 levels is crossed, then possibly the stock can move towards the levels of around 3700. So overall, it's in a consolidation, but holding on.
Got it. Also, Rajesh, if you can give a quick one on Lupin as well. Anil Singh wants to know if it's the right time to buy this counter now. Any view?
So Lupin has been one of the underperforming from the pharma space, but it is now testing its long-term support levels. So somewhere around 2120 to 2100 is a strong support, and possibly if positions are held for like around 6 months, then possibly 2350, 2400 can be expected.
All right. The next one that we have is coming in on HDFC Bank. Jayadev has bought 3,000 shares at the levels of 787 from a long-term perspective, and saying that now, of course, sitting on a loss and wants to know whether he can continue to hold this one or not. Tapan, everybody who's been an investor, and by everybody I mean every other person is an investor in HDFC Bank via either owning the stock itself or via mutual funds, but has been a patient investor, right? Because we've seen constant consolidation coming in on this one. What do you make of HDFC at the current levels, and should he continue to hold?
See, recovery is there in HDFC Bank in recently, but no, I think it will be a slow mover from here. And I think, even if deposit competition is quite intense, again, CASA moderation is there. Also, unsecured credit risk is there. Again, merger synergy is still not seen. So my take is, I think if we can switch to other stock, like I prefer ICICI Bank or Axis Bank from here onwards, because they are also down little bit. So my take is that you can switch to that two banks. I think they may do well better than HDFC Bank in coming years.
The next one's on Hindustan Copper. Mangal Das, who's from Goa, wants to know if him holding these shares at 560 is the right approach, Tapan. He's also asking if he can average down. He can hold for the next 1 year. How are you looking at this counter now, Tapan? Because we've seen prices, of course, being largely stable. They've not come off yet for copper. How are you looking at this counter now?
No, strong counter. Of course, I think the demand will be good in next 2 years for the copper because of EV, data center and all that. And for their mine expansion is the key. Again, ore capacity is rising. Almost 12.2 MTPA target is there for Hindustan Copper. Domestic copper deficit is already there. Of course, the valuation is a little bit premium, but I think at this level, one can enter on a SIP manner for long term. You keep it. I think demand will be good. Even the prices will be stable near to this or may go up also in future. So at this level, one can enter, but in a SIP manner.
The next one that we have is coming in on Reliance. Our viewer, Bharat from Porbandar, is holding around 236 odd shares, bought at the levels of 1321. Wants to know if you can continue to hold this one or not. Tapan, a long-term view on this one. The stock is currently trading at 1311.
Yeah, it's not moving as such, and already Geo listing will be there, but we have to see what type of benefit Reliance will be getting out of that Reliance shareholders. And overall, if you see this quarter to quarter results are okay only, and valuation is also okay, not a problem. I think you can wait for next few quarters. Hopefully, uptick will be there. I don't see a big downside from here fundamentally, so he can hold this stock for a little bit longer.
Got it. The next question coming through, and Tapan, this is a very recent listing, Horizon Industrial Park. Our viewers bought these shares recently, I think post the IPO, but what would your recommendation be? Any view firstly, because I know it's a very recent listing, but any view if you track the counter?
Talking about Horizon, the stock, if Industrial Park, correct? Yeah. So Horizon Industrial Park, the stock has already come down a little bit, not more. But if you see, it's still loss making, and if you see the sales growth is there, but profit growth is not there. Again, the valuation wise and all that looks quite valued only. So my take is, I think hold it for one or quarter more, just check the result. But otherwise, if it is not coming to profitability, then better to move out.
All right. The next one that we have is coming in, and this is from Lakshmi, who's writing us from Telangana, asking about IRCTC. She's been holding 130 odd shares at an average price of 410, saying that she bought it around 5-6 odd years ago, and she's right. There's no real return per se that she's received after being a patient investor for 5 years, and wants to know if she can continue to hold this for the next 3 to 5 years, or should she simply exit this counter. Tapan, what would you recommend?
Better to move out, no, because if you see the valuations are little bit premium only, and again, I know it's a monopoly game, but if you see it will be directly correlated to the railway growth. Again, the ticketing business is doing well, but the problem is government interference. No, anytime they can come and they can change the fee structure and all that. Again, slow rail capacity growth is there. Tourism packages is increasing for this company, but that will not be so meaningful. The margin increment will come from ticketing sales only. I think at this level, I am not too much bullish for the long term. It will be a moderate growth only. So better to move to other sector and stocks.
Got it. Let's go across to Hyderabad now. Kiran dialing in for a stock related query. Kiran, welcome back to the show. What's your query?
Hi everyone. Good morning. This is regarding J&K Bank.
Okay.
So I bought 1 second.
I think I have your query. You bought it at 182, Kiran?
Yes. Okay. 182.
And you want a long-term view?
1637. Actually, I bought it for short-term. When I purchased that day only, the stock had fell down. So now how it will be? It will be for long-term or short-term, or shall I dispose it? Like how it will be?
Well, let me go across to Rajesh in that case. Rajesh, on J&K Bank, Kiran's bought it at 182. And thanks for connecting on the phone line. Any view here?
It has been positive for J&K Bank, but yeah, so if you see long term.
Rajesh, we still seem to be having some connectivity issues with you, so probably we'll check that and come back to you. But any view in the meantime, Tapan, on J&K Bank, essentially he's bought it at 182. Would you advise him to average down, or should he just hold and probably wait back for the price to come back?
No, see, the stock is already down by almost 24%. And for J&K Bank also, I think retail and MSME expansion is good recently, and in future it will be good, hopefully. Asset quality is improving. Credit growth is around 14%. That is good. ROE is also improvement. If you see, their ROE is almost 1.4%, which is quite good. Gross NPA now in control. My take is at this level, valuation looks okay. Even price to book value is 0.98, so not too high. So please hold this stock for a little bit longer. Hopefully recovery should come.
Okay, so that's the view on J&K Bank. The next one is coming in, and this is from Vaibhav Suryavanshi. And he's asking about Gujarat Energy. He's bought it at the levels of 275 and wants to know as to what should be the next course of action for him. Morgan Stanley, of course, today downgraded this counter and cut the target price to 246 from 523 earlier. So it's a sharp cut coming in for this one. Let's see if the stock is reacting to that or not, and pull up the stock and see as to what it's trading at right now. It's down by about 1%. But Rajesh, what do you make of the charts for Gujarat Energy? It's currently trading at 253.
So if you see, the chart structure has been negative, continuously moving in a lower top, lower bottom, and it has broken its July swing low as well. So, I mean, no major outperformance, and possibly the stock can slip further to 230 levels. So, avoid would be the view on Gujarat Energy.
Also, Rajesh, a quick view on Kirloskar Oil Engines as well. Our viewer actually, Shrikant, is holding shares at 2,000 odd rupees. Stock, of course, was in focus a few weeks back and consistently, had a good move. But what should Shrikant do now? Should he still continue to hold, Rajesh?
As you highlighted, during July, there was a strong traction from the levels of 2,000 to 2,600. And now prices are holding around those levels where the rally had started. Also, this coincides with 89 EMA. So for now, hold on to it. Keep a stop loss around 1930. And once stock prices crosses back about 2160, then possibly 2350, 2400 is expected. So on a very strong support, hold on.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Kirloskar. The next one that we have is coming in, and this is on Paradeep Phosphates. Anil Kumar is holding at the price of 161. 200 shares is what he's been holding, and wants to know if he can wait for further 2 years to continue to hold this counter or not. Tapan, what do you make of Paradeep Phosphates?
Well, if you see the recent earnings, all were volatile in last few quarters, and from here, I think the management is quite optimistic, but we have to see whether they are able to write their guidance. See, if you see volume growth continues, again, sourcing gains are sustaining. Raw material volatility is putting pressure on their margins. EBITDA per ton has improved. So at this level, I think it can hold for one more quarter and wait. I think things will be better from here.
Got that view, Tapan. But the next question coming through, this one's on Karnataka Bank. Our viewer has actually answered that question. So let me take another one on Gateway Industry Park. Anand Kumar Jha holding these shares at 73 odd. Let's pull up Gateway Industry Parks now. Stock's trading at 53. So he is currently sitting on a loss. And Tapan, he's holding over 3,000 shares. So what would your advice be? What should he do right now? He's asking if he can add further for the long term. Would that be advisable?
Gateway, which one you told?
Gateway Industry Parks.
Gateway Industry Park. Okay. See, Gateway Industry, if you see the overall profitability is okay, but I think there is a pressure on the margin we can see. Again, I think the management is quite optimistic about the double-digit growth from here. But here I can see, I think the PNL is not moving so much. My take is I think there will be a pressure from the competition also. So, no, please don't add the stock. Currently, hold the stock.
Okay. The next one that we have is coming in, and this is from Thomas, who's writing us from Kerala, asking about Ashoka Buildcon. He's holding around 1,000 odd shares, bought at the levels of 172. From 1 year perspective, Rajesh, what is it that you're seeing on the charts, and what could be the target price for this one?
So far now, hold on to it. I mean, it's an underperformer, but in the June month, there was a strong volume-based traction from the same level. So somewhere around 105, 108 is a strong support. And as long as it holds, there is a possibility that the stock can bounce back towards 125, 126. So hold on to it, keep a stop loss below 107 levels.
Got it. Also, on a short-term basis, would you recommend? What's your view on persistent systems as well, Rajesh? Because Siva from Amravati wants to enter this counter now. We put out a detailed piece in the morning on the stock too. But on the charts, Rajesh, any view here?
So if you see, this is one of the strongest counter from the IT packs, and on the charts as well, we are seeing a strong breakout. And it's holding on to it. So possibly the stock can move towards 6,000, 6,100 levels. So hold on to it, a very strong counter.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in, and this is on Sundaram. Okay, 2 queries that we have, but I'll choose Timex from this because Jayesh wants to know whether from a long-term perspective, can he continue to hold Timex from a long-term perspective? His buying price, no, the current market price is 625 if I'm not wrong. Let's try to pull up the charts. He's not mentioned whether he's entered or not. But any view on this, Tapan?
Yeah, if you see the Timex is doing well, and from here also I think things will be better. The sales revenue is jumping, and but the problem only is the stock has already gone up a lot. Correct, already. So valuation wise, I think it's on a higher side. He can wait for a little bit more, but the guidance and all that is good. I think the revenue and even the margin improvement I can see. So yes, hold on to the stock, but addition, I think wait for 10-15% down at least.
Let's now start the rapid fire round in this edition of the show. Rajesh as well as Tapan, you know the drill. The first question coming to you on Renuka Sugar, Rajesh. A viewer holding shares at 25 rupees for this counter. Any view here? What should he do right now?
So hold on to it. Possibly 26 levels can be retested. Some volatility is there, but yes, positive.
Okay, CCL Products is the other one. Harsha from Hyderabad wants to know from a 1 to 2 year timeline, continue to hold. Tapan?
Sell on rice.
The next one's on Piramal Pharma. Shrikant holding at 223. Should he continue to do so, Tapan?
Yeah, hold.
Okay, the next one is from Lavanya, who's writing us from Eluru, asking about GE Shipping. She's bought 260 shares at the levels of 1560. What should be the target and stop loss for this one, Rajesh?
Stop loss would be around 1250 and targets would be 1480.
The next one's on Canara Bank. Mr. Rao actually holding shares at 114 for the last 18 months. Tapan, should he continue to hold?
Yeah, please hold.
Okay, Oswal Pumps is the other one. Our viewer is holding at the levels of 550 and wants to know whether to continue to hold or sell. Rajesh, on the charts?
Yeah, hold on to it.
The next one's on NCC. Kavya holding shares at 255. Currently sitting on a big loss here, Tapan. Should she continue to hold because she's holding 3,000 shares?
No, once it comes up, better to move out. But currently hold, maybe around 170 around she can move out.
Okay, the next one is on Bandhan Bank. Ramakrishnan from Chennai is holding 604 shares at an average price of 259. Add more or continue to hold the shares that he's holding? Rajesh, on the charts?
Add if it dips back towards 170 level.
The next one's from Manav. He wants to enter either Vari or Premier Energy, Tapan, which is a better bet in terms of a longer 3 to 4 year view. We also have the management of Premier Energies. They're not looking for any capital raise, what they said. But any view here, Tapan?
As such, Premier is better, but I'll not go for any one of them. I think there will be a pressure on margin for both the companies.
Okay, the next one is on Lloyd's Engineering. Rajesh, is this a good time to make an entry into this counter? The viewer is looking at this counter for just 10 to 15 odd days.
So I would suggest to wait. If it dips towards 82 levels, there you can add.
Manohar wants a view on Cyient as well, Rajesh. We've actually seen a good 2-day up move yesterday and today as well on the back of their analyst day meet. But on the charts, is this a start of something?
Yeah, we are very bullish on it. Possibly 1250, 1300 can be expected.
Okay, the next one is on Sagility India. Murli from Hyderabad is holding 100 shares at the levels of 30 rupees. For the next few years, continue to hold. Tapan?
Yeah, please hold.
Siemens Energy bought at 3695 by a viewer. Rajesh, any chance of it to come back to that price is the question.
Possibly a bounce towards 38.20 is expecting. So hold on to it.
Okay, Shriram Finance for the next 6 months. Will it be the right time to enter, Rajesh?
Yeah, I mean, from yesterday, there is some traction. Once it crosses 1150, then 1250 can be expected.
What's a better pick, Tapan, between Tata Steel or Jindal Stainless is what Sayan is asking.
I think Jindal Stainless at a lower level.
Okay, the next one is on Globus Spirits. Lalita is holding 38 shares, bought at the levels of 937. Continue to hold this one or book out, Tapan?
Hold.
Next one's between on JSW Energy actually for the next 3 to 4 years. Can Anil continue to hold this counter? If not, anything else, Tapan?
No, this is good. Even Adani Port is also good. Both are good.
Okay, Sona Comstar is the other one. Sumana from Dubai has bought 225 shares at an average price of 819. 3 months perspective on this one, Rajesh?
Yeah, so hold on to it.
Alright, okay. So that's hold on is the view coming in on Sona BLW from Rajesh where technicals are concerned.
Just one point. By mistake, JSW Energy you asked. I've spoken about JSW Infra maybe. JSW Energy hold.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, Tapan. And Rajesh, both of you, thank you so much for taking us through the 60 queries that we managed to answer on today's show. And with that, viewers, completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. But in case we've missed your queries in this edition, we'll definitely try to take them at 2 p.m. So do continue to stay tuned into NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
When outcomes matter, you trust accuracy and precision every time. Because cricket ho ya medical care, trust is earned with consistency. Welcome to Lord's Med. Empowering health, touching lives. Accuracy that shows up when it counts the most. State-of-the-art innovation, made in India. Or trust, puri duniya ka. When it comes to medical care, choose Lord's Universe. Precision with care.
Lord's Mark Industries, हमेशा आपके साथ.
Factoring in LRS, the route, and the currency hedge, here's your best move.
Ionic Wealth is your co-founder in your journey of wealth creation.
What's the rush? Let them get a second opinion first.
Yeah, this works.
Ionic Wealth is putting the power of institutional grade AI in your pocket so you can get your second opinion first.
Welcome to India's biggest grassroots innovation movement. Vande Bharatam,
Bharatam, Vande Bharatam. हमें ये पूरा रोड मैप क्लियर करके ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाना।
स्पंदन एक पोर्टेबल ईसीजी मशीन है।
सिर्फ यहाँ पे थेरेपीज डिजाइन की गई है।
If you need any manufacturing help, do reach out and I'm more than happy to get your product to all of them.
हर हफ्ते आइडियाज के असली ग्रासरूट इनोवेटर दिखेंगे वंदे भारतम में. Coming soon on NDTV Profit.
3 decades of watching the world change. Of asking the questions that couldn't wait. Of telling the stories that couldn't be ignored. Of holding the line when it mattered most. Times change, our purpose doesn't. NDTV 24/7 is now NDTV when it really matters.
We are turning a page in Nepal's political economy. On the bedrock of good governance and bold reforms, we want to accelerate the pace of economic catch-up.
In rapidly changing global landscape, foreign policy must be anchored in strategic clarity and shared prosperity.
Hello, I'm Shashi Tharoor, and beyond statecraft and formal treaties lies the true heart of our partnership, our deeply rooted cultural diplomacy and people-to-people bonds.
I look forward to sharing our vision for industrial cooperation at NDTV World a week share.
Seamless trade and strategic cross-border investments are real drivers of modern growth.
Understanding the past and present is the key to unlocking the future in India-Nepal tie.
Join me at NDTV World Anveksha, Ideas Across Border in Kathmandu on August 27th as we explore Nepal's role in changing the world. Don't miss it.
Arunesh Chawla, the DPUM Secretary, speaking exclusively with us on NDTV Profit. How do you see the momentum from here, and what's your reading on the expectations around the Hindustan Copper OFS?
This is in line with Prime Minister's vision of
Hello and welcome to KYC. You're watching NDTV Profit and we come here only for your profit. I'm going to get interesting companies, interesting industry trends, and also is there a chance to make alpha for your portfolio or not? We'll come to that. But before that, the company in focus is Private Oil Exploration Company. This is the company which we'll be talking about. Try to guess it. It's a beneficiary of Samudra Manthan National Offshore Exploration Scheme. We have been seeing a lot of stocks buzzing in this, theme going ahead, oil and gas theme. The stock is up 36% from March lows. Also, one more hint I would like to give you before you guess the company in KYC today. It has strong ties with both ONGC and Oil India. I'm sure you're trying to understand there are 3-4 names which are there in the listed space, but the company in focus for KYC is HOEC. That is Hindustan Oil Exploration Company. Interesting private name, but why are we calling this company? A lot of new recent filings have started coming up. Of course, there are some pluses and minuses, but we'll try to understand what are the key tailwinds in the industry. Is there a scope of re-rating for the oil and gas segment? We have already seen that in the stock prices. The production guidance is very much important. What will they be doing? The capex numbers we'll be tracking. Also important question would be the plans ahead going for the next 3 years. What are the key numbers to look at? What will be the view on the crude prices? Is this going to stay elevated? If yes, will it benefit the company or not? And the Dirok pipeline constraint. There are some constraints also. We'll ask the management, where is that mitigation happening? The drilling plans outlook, what is there for FY 27, 28, 29? We'll get you all those details. You have to stay put with me. And of course, the government announcements recently which has been coming in, and we'll explain you most of the schemes and why this sector, I feel, has strong tailwinds. Also, let's understand the company. A lot of you write to me that oil and gas segment is very technical. It is technical, but I'm going to make it very simplified for you. Stay put with me. The private oil exploration company, it was incorporated in the year 1983. This is just before liberalization. Company has both onshore and offshore assets as well. Looking at the company, they have 9 oil and gas blocks of discovered resources and 1 exploratory block as well going ahead. Also, the geographical footprint is there in 4 out of 7 production basins in India. So they have a good coverage, a lot to explore. But before you start analyzing this company, understand the short forms also, why this is important. This is a million British thermal unit. This is a gas pricing unit, to make it simplified for you. BOEPD, this means barrels of oil equivalent per day. So do not get confused when these text or words are discussed, but you should know these schemes. Open acreage licensing programming, this is the first scheme. Also 2 other schemes are there which you should know the full forms. This is the pre-NELP, this is nothing but new exploration licensing policy. These are positive triggers for the industry, and also the discovered small field policy. So you should know these important categories which the push is coming from the government itself. But coming back to the company, look at the JV partners. You have GSPC, Oil India, IOC, ONGC and 3 to 4 more other major players. So yes, it is thoroughly embedded in the oil and gas system. Exploration is there. There is, of course, there's a different ecosystem of drilling, and we have got a lot of companies in this ecosystem as well. But there are a couple of recent news flows happening. They are going to drill 4 additional wells in PY1 field to restore the production. These are the code names for different places which the company operates. 3,400 crores has been already invested in this field as well. And Block B80's partial gas sales have also started. But this is just the news flows coming in. The energy roadmap is very much important if you're tracking this segment. KG, Mahanadi, Andaman and Kaveri Basin is set for a faster exploration. Remember this point. Also, ONGC JV will address the drilling capacity bottlenecks as well. This is the energy roadmap coming in. And remember, almost 84,000 crore rupees plans is there to unlock offshore energy potential. Company is a direct beneficiary. So you must be wondering what's working for the company. Of course, the government push for oil and gas infra. That is a very important mega trend which we have caught. Higher oil price realizations leads to higher realization. When the realizations are up, earnings go up. Sector might see a re-rating. Dalal Street favorite right now. So keep an eye on the stock, and more drilling related project announcements are likely here. So there might be alpha to be made and improvement coming in the working capital ratio as well as debt reduction. But this is what is positive. What is negative is also important. There is a lack of analyst coverage. That's a little bit of concern for me. Second important reason is the pressure on return ratios would be there due to higher capex coming in and pricing volatility. Another important factor is lesser institutional participation in the shareholding. So that's something to watch out for. Also, there is volatility in oil pricing as well. How does it impact the earnings? And most importantly, execution and regulatory risk as well. So I've given you both sides of the coin for HOEC, but let's try to understand more. Let's go into deep research, and that is the KYC ratings, which we get for you for your profit. So looking at these numbers, income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, these are the usual ones. I have got you operating ratios to give you both sides of the coin, and I've added the return ratios as well. Remember, the shareholding and street cred is pretty much important over a long period of time in our analysis. And interestingly, I've got the valuations as well as the outlook going ahead. Let's start with the first one, income statement. how things pan out, and there is a lot of variability in the income coming in. But from FY24, what was there in the cycle, it seems like we are at the end of the cycle of this oil and gas space, and after this it's likely that there might be up moves going ahead. But as of now, concerns are there. Looking at the Q1 numbers also, not much has happened. Generally, when you track oil and gas companies, always have a sequential basis of analysis, and that has also actually come down as well. And the concerns on the past data comes from me, and this is what's there on the screen for you. I'm going to give this a strong thumbs down. But on the other hand, of course, this is the change in the margin profile also. Let's go to the balance sheet and see what's happening. And the debt reduction is a good part over here. The borrowings was roughly 121 crore rupees. That has come down significantly. So there's a good strength coming in, and a decent cash balance is also there. This shows that the working capital ratio management is improving. So because of that, I'm going to give balance sheet a strong thumbs up as well. But let's understand the cash flow segment, what's happening here, and a good move is coming in from the cash flows as well. If you compare them over the last 2 financial years as well, this is the ratio which I'm talking about, the operational cash flow to PAT ratio, that has jumped up to 283%. So overall, cash flows improvement has happened, so I'm going to give this a strong thumbs up as well. But let's understand the operating ratios. What's the story looking like? I mentioned to you about the improvement in the cash levels, and that helps in the working capital days as well. And when there is a lower number here or the negative, its signs is good. So there is some cyclicality element to it as well. But on the other hand, if you look at the ROCs, these are compressed right now. In FY23, it was around 20%, and then the fall is happening. This is, of course, key reasons is higher capex coming in, and also there is a volatility in the earnings as well. So let's keep it a neutral rating when it comes to the overall return ratios. Shareholding pattern, nothing much has moved as well, but there is a lower participation coming in when it comes to the FI. There is a small error here. This is not DIs, by the way. This is for the public here. So this is something which I'd like to just give a caveat on this. But going ahead, I'm going to give this a neutral rating as well. But from shareholding, let's understand how things are moving when it comes to the street cred. Of course, on the short-term basis, the returns have been strong. From March lows, the stock is up 36%. But concern remains if you're a long-term investor in this counter. Last 5 years, it's been flattish returns. And from 2026 highs, the stock has corrected a bit, down 17%. So either way, it's a neutral rating for me for street cred. Interestingly, let's pull out the valuations, and the 4 interesting names comes. Of course, you have heard about ONGC and Oil India, but there's another small cap, Antipolis as well. So looking at the ratios, these are the 12-month trailing P ratio which I have taken out. Company sits at around 33 times of that P ratio, while compare it with Antipolis, it's at 31 times. So it's kind of even Stevens from the long-term average numbers when it comes to the valuation, slightly on the lower side. But I'm going to still give this a benefit of doubt, and I'm going to give this a neutral rating. Let's talk about outlook. Outlook is also for long term as well as medium term. The target is on the screen coming in. These are the important units which you should be targeting, which the company had stated, especially we have picked up from the Q4 con call as well. Also looking at the second outlook, we have these basins, around 2 to 3 wells from these 2 segments, and also some more announcements coming in. They will be resolving the Dirok gas evacuation pipeline issue. That is where the entire market is looking at, and the HPCL crude sale reversal is underway as well. So it's a mix and match for good and a little bit of negative view as well in this, but it's still a stronger outlook. So I'm going to give this a thumbs up as well. But let's give you the entire picture of the KYC ratings of where does HOEC stand. So largely the income statement concerns are there, but balance sheet and cash flow make it up for it. Operating ratios, there's a neutral stance, but when we move towards the shareholding and street cred, it remains neutral, and the valuations is fairly valued right now for the stock, but the outlook is strong for the industry as well, and those tailwinds might give re-rating or premium to this counter. So net a law of averages works here. It's around 5 out of 8 for HOAC which we have given, but we have an important conversation ahead with the management which we'll be talking about, and we'll be joined in by Bararuchi Mishra. He's the MD and CEO of HOAC, where he'll answer all our queries. But before that, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
We are turning a page in Nepal's political economy. On the bedrock of good governance and bold reforms, we want to accelerate the pace of economic catch-up.
In rapidly changing global landscape, foreign policy must be anchored in strategic clarity and shared prosperity.
Hello, I'm Shashi Tharoor, and beyond statecraft and formal treaties lies the true heart of our partnership, our deeply rooted cultural diplomacy and people-to-people bonds.
I look forward to sharing our vision for industrial cooperation at NDTV World a week share.
Seamless trade and strategic cross-border investments are real drivers of modern growth.
Understanding the past and present is the key to unlocking the future in India-Nepal tie.
Join me at NDTP World Anveksha, Ideas Across Border in Kathmandu on August 27th as we explore Nepal's role in changing the world. Don't miss it.
Arunesh Chawla, the DPOM Secretary, speaking exclusively with us on NDTV Profit. How do you see the momentum from here, and what's your reading on the expectations around the Hindustan Copper OFS?
This is in line with Prime Minister's vision of sharing the national wealth with ordinary investors, minority stakeholders and citizens of India. Hindustan Copper, has good futuristic investment plans. And if you see the market analysts and the feedback, this is a stock which is forecast to go upwards.
80,000 crores, Mr. Chawla, is the target. You've already hit 52,000 crores in FY27. Do you expect to comfortably exceed this target?
I would say we are working hard and will achieve the target.
What is the dividend picture looking like for CPSEs?
Dividends, we have a plan, but you will see that plan becoming active in the second half, which is when the dividends come in.
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters. A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anveksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do?
Welcome back to Know Your Company, and now we are joined in by Baruruchi Mishra, the MD and CEO of HOEC, and sir is her first time in KYC in our studios. Good afternoon, sir. Always a pleasure to have you here. And the oil and gas segment, sir, has been doing really well over the last 3 to 4 months. A lot of government push is also coming. First, explain us what are the industry tailwinds looking like, and where does your company actually fit in?
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and very warm greetings to the viewers of NDTV Profit. Today is Onam, and yes, wishing them all the best for the festive season. Let me start with the landscape that we are in today and the tailwinds which the government is engendering. And that is driven by the acute shortage of oil and gas and the geopolitics. Samudra Manthan, which is the government's initiative to increase the appetite, if I may use the word, for exploration and production in the deep water, is a very positive tailwind. I mean, the government is ready to provide 50% up to 625 crores per well for drilling of deep water wells. And the deep water plays are really the long-term answer to India's oil and gas requirements. They're also talking about infrastructure pooling and investments in infrastructure, and ensuring that there is a lot of seismic data available to be able to prospect for the oil and gas. All these areas are being pushed by the government as a complete parcel of enabling efforts through the Samudra Manthan. And that is a very positive move, and it is the best time to be in the oil and gas sector in India. Because the government has realized that they have to step out, which they have. Now it is for the sector itself, the industry itself, to step up and then grab what is on the offer and make things happen.
And so now, where does HOEC stand in here? In this entire process, how does your company benefit?
So our company benefits from the second component of the Samudra Manthan, which is about supporting infrastructure. Look, companies like HOEC and other companies, they normally go for discovered small fields. They also go for OLAP, which is exploration blocks, but discovered small fields have proven oil and gas reserves. The only reason why they have not been monetized so far is because the commerciality or the materiality of the reserves aren't there. And therefore, people dither from in making investments. Although HOEC has taken a step forward, and we are the only operating offshore oil and gas company other than Vedanta and ONGC. And we have existing infrastructure. So the small fields like B15, which is in our portfolio, and we are very hopeful that there would be others which will be coming. If the government supports the infrastructure through allowing ONGC or others incfrastructure to be used, or brings in other enabling infrastructure, then we are in a very sweet spot to develop all of these sub-commercial, if I may use the word, accumulations.
Right. This is a very interesting take, but let's talk a little bit more about the company. The production guidance, what are the key numbers to look at, going ahead? If you have, I'm sure you have given some guidance on that. How does it look going ahead?
See, the company is sat on 62 million barrels of oil equivalent.
Right.
And that is a very good place to be in. Our only issue so far has been that we have not stepped up on the gas to monetize these. And therefore, we have taken a view that rather than funding all our growth of our own books, we will go for fundraise and really quickly monetize these. And therefore, for B80, which is our offshore producing field, we are drilling 3 new wells, and we are doing 2 workovers, which is shutting off the water zones, opening up new zones, etc. And that will give us roughly 5,000 to 6,000 barrels of oil equivalent by June of next year, which is a very, and it is very definitive in that sense. Of course, there are uncertainties in the oil and gas play, that's always there, but we have an existing infrastructure, and these are wells for which the locations have been proven from a point of view of analysis, all the reservoir modeling, etc. So we are very hopeful that B80 will contribute roughly 5,000 to 6,000 barrels of oil equivalent.
So that's an interesting number you have mentioned. But what are the capex numbers? Because you mentioned a fundraise also coming in. I'm sure there's a capex plan also.
Yeah, so let me just complete these. So that is B80, and then for PY1, where we are running a basement reservoir, where we started, when we started, this field was making 50 million standard cubic feet per day. But because of supply chain and all, because of the demand disruptions, we had to shut these wells in. And when you shut in a well in the basement reservoir, which has a lot of vucks and fractures and secondary porosity, water overwhelms the gas zones, and therefore the production doesn't come in.
So it takes time.
So it doesn't come in. Some of it is permanently lost. But we didn't give up. Rather than going to service providers, we went to Petro Vietnam, which is the world's largest producer from basement reservoir, roughly 180 to 100,000 barrels per day. And they reviewed all our production and the reserves and said we can still make 15 to 20 million standard cubic feet per day from that reservoir. So we have a plan to drill those wells subject to tying up the gas sales contract.
So this becomes your overall drilling plans outlook, right?
That's the drilling plan. There we are looking to drill 2 wells and an exploration well But that will be after all the regulatory compliances have been done. In Assam, we have to drill 3 wells as soon as the Assam bottleneck on gas evacuation is removed. In Kharsang, we have to drill 9 or maybe 20 additional wells. 9 are proven, but our partners are saying, why not 20? And therefore, we will, and we are game with that. We will definitely drill as many as we want, because these are very reservoirs which have a lot of compartmentalization, etc. The more you drill, like PTTP in the Gulf of Kambat, in Gulf of Bangkok.
So we spoke about drilling, we spoke about your overall setup of production. The capex amount which
so
we
the capex that we are looking at is in the range of 700 to 900 crores. That would be the capex that will go in. Now, part of it would be funded off our books, and part we will raise. But we are definitely going to get a facility in this range of costs, and we are working with quite a few NBCs and banks to be able to give this.
For a fundraise.
For a fundraise.
Actually, the entire oil and gas segment, they are looking for new capex as well as replacement capex in this segment as well. Is it?
Yeah. So that's the key thing. So there's a strap line in the oil and gas sector. You have to run to be stand still.
Okay, that's a very interesting comment coming in.
Which therefore means is, I give you the global perspective there.
Yeah.
The globe spends, or last year, they spent $580 billion in sustaining capital, which is just and new projects. So of which roughly 250 billion was just to keep the production where it is, because you have a decline. And if you didn't do nothing for this year, for example, then you would lose 5.5 million barrels of oil per day in the entire year.
So there is a wastage element as well. Sir,
we have to keep it steady.
You have to keep it steady.
Arrest the decline.
Okay.
And for that, you have to invest. You have to drill more. You have to do enhanced oil recovery.
But I've seen your working capital ratios have improved. There's a decent cash balance also. So that seemed pretty good to me. But there are some constraints also, and the Dirok pipeline constraint is there. If you could just explain us, and how are you mitigating this?
So we have been talking with the stakeholders. There is a very definite intent globally among all the stakeholders who are connected with this to produce every molecule that can be produced in Assam. Now, Assam has been underplayed. Assam, I'll just give you an example. There are no fields in India which has 3,000 PSI as the header pressure from 6 wells.
So PSI is a pressure unit basically,
yeah,
right?
3,000 PSI. That tells you about the strength of the petroleum system that is there.
Massive reserves.
Massive reserves,
that's what you're talking about.
So that could be India's 15 to 20% of India's oil energy or the gas requirement if we had proper evacuation infrastructure. We are currently strained by the evacuation infrastructure. We could double our production as we speak, but the pipeline which will take it to the national gas grid is an AGCL pipeline. This has been made, and thanks to the government, they have made it a public carrier or a common carrier, so we can flow in that. But there are segments of that pipeline which had asset integrity issues, and those will need to be replaced. They are planning to do hot taps. As soon as that is done, in the NRL, which is Numaligarh Refinery, they are putting a spur line of 100 to 200 meters.
So that you have given the entire view on it. Sir, we are running out of time.
Yeah,
if you had 3 lines, 3 positive triggers going ahead for the company or the industry, what would that be, sir?
So we have very strong reserves, very, very good reserves, which we will monetize as if there is no tomorrow. That's number one. Number two, we have existing infrastructure, and therefore our development cost would be lower. The UDC, the unit development cost, would be lower. We are target around $10 to $11 per barrel of oil equivalent, which would be our unit development cost. And the third thing is the talent base. We have rock solid talents. We have got people from Shell, from all the majors, who have worked in various locations in the world, and that is an area that we are really spending a lot of time and effort in making happen.
All right, so there is talent, there is monetization, and maybe operational efficiency at play as well. Thank you very much, sir, for joining in and giving your views to NDTV Profit, and best of luck for the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Much appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. So that's the management of HOAC, and yes, there was a very interesting conversation. The company coming first time in KYC and a very bullish commentary, both coming for company and the industry. For all these industry stories and also for your profit, stay tuned to KYC and keep watching NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
Let's build a staggered deployment approach and balance things out between aggressive and safe bets.
Ionic Wealth is your co-founder in your journey of wealth creation.
Let him get a second opinion first.
Sounds good.
Ionic Wealth is putting the power of institutional grade AI in your pocket so you can get your second opinion first.
We are turning a page in Nepal's political economy. On the bedrock of good governance and bold reforms, we want to accelerate the pace of economic catch-up.
In rapidly changing global landscape, foreign policy must be anchored in strategic clarity and shared prosperity.
Hello, I'm Shashi Tharoor, and beyond statecraft and formal treaties lies the true heart of our partnership, our deeply rooted cultural diplomacy and people-to-people bonds.
I look forward to sharing our vision for industrial cooperation at NDTV World a week share.
Seamless trade and strategic cross-border investments are real drivers of modern growth.
Understanding the past and present is the key to unlocking the future in India-Nepal tie.
Join me at NDTP World Anveksha, Ideas Across Border in Kathmandu on August 27th as we explore Nepal's role in changing the world. Don't miss it.
Arunesh Chawla, the DPOM Secretary, speaking exclusively with us on NDTV Profit. How do you see the momentum from here, and what's your reading on the expectations around the Hindustan Copper OFS?
This is in line with Prime Minister's vision of sharing the national wealth with ordinary investors, minority stakeholders and citizens of India. Hindustan Copper, has good futuristic investment plans. And if you see the market analysts and the feedback, this is a stock which is forecast to go upwards.
80,000 crores, Mr. Chawla, is the target. You've already hit 52,000 crores.
Benchmarks trade under pressure today with the Nifty 50 hovering close to 24,300 level. Sensex clutches on to the marginal gains. PSU banks, financial services lead the gains today. IT, FMCG on the back foot. Oil falls for a third straight day as Iran and Oman discuss a temporary maritime corridor through the Strait of Hormuz diplomatic process, and rising US inventories are adding further pressure on crude. Hindustan Zinc is in focus after the government clarified it is not looking to sell a stake for now. Jefferies' higher target backed by stronger zinc and silver prices adds another boost. Welspun Corp and Grove parent under pressure after both saw large block deals. The transactions are worth about 1,400 crore rupees and 2,500 crore rupees respectively, putting both stocks under pressure. Varun Beverages under pressure after diversifying into alcoholic beverages through a new wholly owned subsidiary. Kiva Spirits, focused on ready-to-drink products, appoints former Diageo executive Prathamesh Mishra as the CEO and MD. Gaja Alternative Asset Management marks a strong market debut, listing at around a 16% premium to its IPO price. The 550-odd crore rupees issue had been robust. Demand has been seen, with the IPO subscribed over 31 times. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar. Let's take a look at the markets on midday today. And yes, Nifty 50 is coming under slight bit of pressure. And it's again another day of listless trade because of the various factors globally that are really playing out at the current moment. But 24,300 given up on Nifty 50 is also yet another psychological level. When we talk about the contribution chart, it's some of the banks which are really taking the lead, like one of the top private banks like ICICI as well as Axis Bank. These are the two which are adding most amount of contribution coming in. SBI also not too far behind, and HDFC Bank. So it's only bank-driven momentum that is being saved. Besides, if bank was not really performing well, Nifty 50 would have dragged much lower in trade at the current moment because there is a widespread negative pressure building when it comes to the other green heavyweight companies, Bharti Airtel, Infi, Larsen & Toubro, Reliance, Eternal, all of them on the dragging side. So that's the picture of the market. On the sectoral play as well, it is more on the side of the gaining sectors, but one needs to also see and take note of the IT sector, which has been absolutely volatile. There have been days when it's the top gainer on the charts, and there are days when it's the top loser. Today is the losing day for the IT sector. Pramod Gubbi, who's the co-founder of Marcellus Investment Manager, joins in now. Pramod, always a pleasure to get chatting with you. What do you make of the volatility as well as listlessness of the market at the current moment?
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I think we're at a stage of the market where we've reversed the situation. For the last couple of years, we had pretty much poor earnings, high valuations, but the macro was relatively stable. Over the last 6 months, I think we've completely gone upside down, where the earnings, which is the micro, it surprised all of us, both in terms of Q4 as well as Q1. But the macro, particularly the global macro, has turned that much more worrisome and continues to do so, particularly given the events of the last few weeks in the global bond markets. And that's really the concern. To that extent, I reckon we should be prepared for a long haul unless something gives. For the upside to break out, I reckon the valuations will keep a cap, at least at the market level. There might be some stock-specific opportunities, but I think the macro poses downside risks to the market over the next few weeks.
That's right, Pramod. And talking about the macros, are you on the bearish or the bullish side? And give also your argument for which side you are really on. Because what we are looking at is, yes, a festive season going forward, which could add some momentum, and various other aspects which could really lead to a little bit of market breather. But on the other hand, the downsides can be many, like consumption softening, especially in the rural area because of El Nino. Also, the risk of, RBI raising rates later. Inflation worries have been there from the supply side. And also the base effect for the quarterly results for the next 2 quarters are also going to be showing a bleak picture. Looking at this entire scenario, what are the positives and negatives that you're really picking up?
Yeah, I think the negatives first, like I mentioned, I think the global macro poses significant negatives, particularly from global bond markets, even what's happening with US Treasury action there. I think, the bond markets tend to be a bit too unforgiving on these actions. So that's clearly the risk, not just for the Indian market, but also global financial markets. On the Indian macro, I think you've touched upon the consumption slowdown, which is a little bit of a structural issue here. We've seen the effects of automation and AI in terms of job creation, just when we need that much more jobs to be created for all the graduates coming to the job market. That should keep a lid on consumption. What will be interesting to see is how much of the bounce back in terms of consumer volumes across both staples and discretionary that we've seen in the last 2 quarters is a result of the GST cuts that we saw towards the end of last year. And hence, your question around the base effect comes through. We'll get to see that perhaps Q3 of this year. So we still have at least another, if not 2 quarters of decent or at least a favorable base coming through there. But otherwise, yes, if the global macro remains challenging around oil prices, we might see interest rate hikes becoming a no-brainer, in which case, whatever little recovery we've seen on the economic side, we might see that also getting capped. And given where valuations are, I think that poses significant risks to the market.
That's right. Pramod, what's your sense on the next 2 quarter earnings going forward? Because everybody was expecting this war situation and its impact to be short-term in nature. But now we are over half of this particular quarter. So it's very visibly going to impact the numbers yet again, and maybe a little more pronounced with the lag effect coming in. How are you viewing the earnings momentum going forward? And based on that, how you segregating the sectors of choice?
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting. Like I said, one aspect in terms of top line growth, particularly around consumer oriented sectors, we saw the benefit of the GST cuts plus the income tax cuts early last year. It remains to be seen how sustainable they are. We still have visibility of at least the next quarter or two where the top line growth should hold up thanks to the favorable base. Where we've been surprised is while Q4, you could have argued companies benefited by passing on raw material price increases to the customers while sitting on very low cost inventory, and that explained the margins. We expected a little bit of a pullback in Q1, but Q1 also held up, somewhat driven by the value growth exceeding volume growth. Despite a little bit of loss on the gross margin end, the operating leverage meant that earnings growth surprised once again. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out in Q2. My reckoning is it is quite possible that we see continued gross margin compression because we didn't have access to the low-cost inventories that benefited in Q4. And therefore, while top line might hold up, we might not see the same benefit that we saw in Q1. Going into Q2 in terms of margins. So that might drag earnings growth a bit more from the revenue growth level.
So Pramod, that's exactly the point here that, the revenues may grow as expected, but the profit as well as profitability will get eroded, and much more probably because of the lag effect. We didn't see the full capturing of that pressure on the margins in the earlier quarter, but now we have had a sustained price inflation. My final question and a quick answer to that, Pramod, which are the themes that you like at these valuations and you're betting on for investments?
Well, if you take valuations into account, there aren't too many left in the market from a top-down perspective. Other than financials, I think financials provide the best combination in terms of valuations and growth. I haven't seen some of these private sector banks trade as attractive levels. I know they're no longer growing at 20% plus, but even for a mid-teen sort of an earnings growth, these are very compelling valuations. But outside of financials, we don't see any compelling valuation trade. Having said that, there are a couple of structural opportunities from a growth perspective, provided you're prepared to pay up for that growth. One is in manufacturing exports. I think the rupee depreciation has also brought with it some benefits. The China Plus One was already there. The trade deals that are getting signed, and plus the cost competitiveness coming from the currency depreciation, plus some government support has meant that a lot of export opportunities have opened up in the areas of chemicals, engineering goods, auto ancillaries, textiles, and so on. So while valuations here price in a lot of positives, but I think you can get some comfort from the visibility of growth. The other place is healthcare. Healthcare is, again, similar shape. You don't get cheap valuations, but at least the growth drivers seem to be intact. The growth runway is pretty long
Right.
for those who are looking for growth and happy to pay up for it.
All right. Very, very interesting and big takeaways from there. Pramod, always a pleasure to chat with you. Thank you so much for joining us on NDTV Profit. All right, let's move on to one big development that's really coming in. It's the mother of all IPOs. National Stock Exchange, NSE, is going to head for its IPO launch soon. But one big development and discussion point is that exchange listing. And Sandeep Parekh, the partner of FinSec Law Advisors, joins in now to put into perspective the various aspects. Now, Sandeep, we know in our in front of us about 10 years back that the regulator had started working on exchanges being listed, and that required a lot of thought, and the norms were built in order to also safeguard the way the exchanges also work like regulators, while also taking the mantle forward for the listed companies to be under their surveillance. So given that particular role of the exchange, they being a listed entity, has been a big question that had come about in front of the regulator. But nonetheless, the norms were made, BSE listed, and now NSE, the largest stock exchange in the country, is going to be listed. What are your thoughts on do's and don'ts, and how the norms really ring fence the critical areas of any sort of concerns that may arise for an exchange to list?
Hi, Nisha. So I think it's for an exchange to say listing is bad for them is obviously kind of a little odd, because the idea is for exchanges to live with the highest standards possible, and in fact they do already. So all the listing norms which apply to listed companies already apply to exchanges, even though they're not listed. Listing just makes it more transparent, more disciplined, kind of more cohesive, comparable way to kind of look at the numbers of the exchange. And 2 out of the 3 exchanges are anyway listed, right? So MCX and BSE are both already listed, and they're cross-listed. So I mean, there are obviously some concerns around being listed on a rival's platform, but again, we've seen that twice already, and it's not caused any specific concerns. So I think it's quite good that you have, along with liquidity, we also have now additional transparency. Most of it is already achieved, like I said, because there's a clause in the regulation which says that even if you're unlisted, you have to follow the listing norms.
That's right. So anyways, they are traded in the informal market, and now they're getting listed. So most of those governance rules and policies really apply. But Sandeep, you mentioned BSE, MCX, they have also been the biggest value creators when it comes to the stock price movement. And they have really created the stock returns for the companies. How does this particular area and the value creation for the investors who want to invest and buy a share and a piece of the stock exchanges really make sense in the current environment? And what's your view on the overall ecosystem, on the exchanges delivering that value to the stakeholders?
So I think if you look at listing itself, it provides value, and that value is ability to exit the stock. So, all things aside, the listing itself provides tremendous value to investors who have, till now, there's been a very active grey market, as you know. But actual listing on the exchange provides solid kind of additional benefit to investors who would like to exit, who would like to value. And listing provides, like you said, the additional governance norms which are applicable to listed companies. So I think overall it's great for creating value. And as you said, also other exchanges have created value after getting listed, and they've given solid returns over the past 10-15 years. I think the only overhang has been the recent, past 1 year. SEBI has, of course, been trying to curb the F&O volume. So again, that's been known for a fair bit of time, and it's had an impact on both exchanges and brokers. But again, that's a given. That's something nothing new which has happened in the past few weeks.
Right, but Sandeep, the more recent addition in the norms on CAS, how do you view this and the impact on the exchanges?
So I think CAS by itself is, in theory, is great. It works globally. So hopefully it will work at some point in India. Just enough people. I think there are two issues with CAS. One is not enough people are meeting post 315, which means the liquidity is not there, which obviously means that price is not reflective of reality at that point of time or within that window. And the second problem really is with respect to, once you have a thin market and kind of price which is not reflective, it impacts the F&O, right? Because the F&O is not being properly valued and those numbers are quite large. So, it could have an impact in terms of volumes of the F&O sector. But having said that, I so far it doesn't seem to be anything cataclysmic. It certainly has had some adverse impact on F&O volumes, but it seems to be marginal at this point of time.
All right, this particular area needs to be seen in future. But Sandeep, one important point is that NSE is a large company. And when we talk about the exchange norms, self-listing is not allowed. However, permitted to trade and PTT window is available for many companies, like will be the case for NSE as well. And they may want to utilize that, as many news reports to suggest. Now, there are many technicalities in this. My first question on this would be, while a separate approval is not required for most of the companies who are listed on BSE and avail of the PTT for trading on NSE, while NSE really, takes care of the surveillance of these companies with no additional charge, how will NSE really be permitted to trade on its own exchange while listing is only allowed on BSE? What are the technicalities that one must know about this?
So I think, really the regulatory body would become BSE because it's where it's going to be primarily listed there. If they want to kind of self-list under permitted to trade, I think it will have to go through SEBI, and I think they will look at the pros and cons and finally decide whether to allow that window or not. And like you said, I think they will look at what are the kind of pros and cons of such a move. So I guess it's a complex question and probably difficult to answer for me right now. Probably SEBI will have to kind of weigh on the pros and cons and finally decide whether to allow it or not.
Right. So, Sandeep, you're saying that as per norms, in this particular case, SEBI will have to give an additional approval for this PTT to be availed. And also, what happens if it is allowed? Any insights on that?
So, no, I think if it's allowed, nothing wrong with it. It's just it just requires a little bit of extra scrutiny from the regulator, but otherwise, I think it's the deeper of the two equity exchanges, and it's probably the natural home where more trades will happen, and therefore there's adequate reason to permit it to be traded. But because it's there is some conflict, SEBI will certainly have to kind of put some additional guardrails before it permits this.
All right. So SEBI's approval is one thing that may be required, as you mentioned, and SEBI may want to put more guardrails. That also needs to be seen. If allowed, Sandeep, I just want to understand one aspect in terms of the operations and trading mechanism. And if you have a view on that, just taking a chance on that, that NSE, as you said, has a much deeper market and the volumes would be there. So will it really usurp all the volumes on NSE as a traded company, as a traded share, to NSE, and in that case, how will it make it to the F&O market if they are listed on BSE? Is there a dichotomy there and a technicality that needs a deeper thinking?
So I think this is exactly what SEBI will have to kind of consider, because ultimately, if the primary venue has thinner trades than the secondary venue, then it will impact price discovery on that other forum. So, nothing wrong with it. I don't think it's SEBI's job to pick the winner, let the best market win. But like I said, there are certainly considerations which SEBI will need to view before they permit self-listing.
Right, so Sandeep, there are many technicalities on this particular aspect and needs deeper thinking as well. But at least thanks for sharing your views on how SEBI will have to probably look into this particular matter because of the uniqueness that it really presents in terms of the PTT norms. Thank you so much, Sandeep, for joining us on NDTV Profit. Thanks. All right, let's move on. Cyient in focus as the company laid out an ambitious 3-year roadmap targeting the EBIT margins of around 15% by FY28. At its investor day, the company also expanded its addressable market to as much as $3.2 trillion. Shivam joins in with all the details. Shivam, tell us.
Well, yes, the company has broadened its total addressable market from $100 billion to around 2.4 to 3.2 trillion dollars. Also, in terms of FY20 focus, their focus in FY27 will be mainly on transformation, and FY28 will be mainly on scaling up. In terms of the order intake, that has also been improved, and Cyient Semiconductors that has outlined its first standalone targets of around 4 times the revenue growth by FY31. In terms of the long-term ambition, the company is aiming to become the India's largest custom power semiconductor company, and the total address TAO Digital that adds Gen AI and cloud native engineering capabilities to its digital engineering technologies. Also, the company has launched Sign Engine, which is a proprietary engineering intelligence platform that is aimed at helping clients to deploy the AI at a larger scale. In terms of the brokerages, the Morgan Stanley has maintained an underweight rating with a target price of around 820 and has said that the execution remains a key to the medium-term performance. And also JP Morgan on Cyient has maintained overweight with a target price of around 1050, and they have said that this is driving the predictable and profitable growth for the company going forward, and the strategic focus has yielded some success, but there is more to be done.
All right. Thank you so much, Shivam, for getting us all those details. Completely out of time on this edition of Markets at 12, but do keep it with NDTV Profit. And thanks so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
When outcomes matter, you trust accuracy and precision every time. Because cricket ho ya medical care, trust is earned with consistency. Welcome to Lord's Med. Empowering health, touching lives. Accuracy that shows up when it counts the most. State-of-the-art innovation, made in India. Or trust, puri duniya ka. When it comes to medical care, choose Lord's Universe. Precision with care.
Lord's Mark Industries, हमेशा आपके साथ.
Factoring in LRS, the route, and the currency hedge, here's your best move.
Ionic Wealth is your co-founder in your journey of wealth creation.
What's the rush? Let them get a second opinion first.
Yeah, this works.
Ionic Wealth is putting the power of institutional grade AI in your pocket, so you can get your second opinion first.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal.
Welcome to India's biggest grassroots innovation movement.
हमें ये पूरा रोड मैप क्लियर करके ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाना।
स्पंदन एक पोर्टेबल ECG मशीन है।
सिर्फ यहाँ पे थेरेपीज डिजाइन की गई है।
If you need any manufacturing help, do reach out
And I'm more than happy to get your product to all of them.
हर हफ्ते आइडियाज के असली ग्रासरूट इनोवेटर दिखेंगे वंदे भारतम में. Coming soon on NDTV Profit.
3 decades of watching the world change. Of asking the questions that couldn't wait. Of telling the stories that couldn't be ignored. Of holding the line when it mattered most. Times change, our purpose doesn't. NDTV 24/7 is now NDTV when it really matters.
We are turning a page in Nepal's political economy. On the bedrock of good governance and bold reforms, we want to accelerate the pace of economic catch-up.
In rapidly changing global landscape, foreign policy must be anchored in strategic clarity and shared prosperity.
Hello, I'm Shashi Tharoor, and beyond statecraft and formal treaties lies the true heart of our partnership, our deeply rooted cultural diplomacy and people-to-people bonds.
I look forward to sharing our vision for industrial cooperation at NDTV World a week share.
Seamless trade and strategic cross-border investments are real drivers of modern growth.
Understanding the past and present is the key to unlocking the future in India-Nepal tie.
Join me at NDTV World Anveksha, Ideas Across Border in Kathmandu on August 27th as we explore Nepal's role in changing the world. Don't miss it.
Arunesh Chawla, the DPUM Secretary, speaking exclusively with us on NDTV Profit. How do you see the momentum from here, and what's your reading on the expectations around the Hindustan Copper OFS?
This is in line with Prime Minister's vision of sharing the national wealth with ordinary investors, minority stakeholders and citizens of India. Hindustan Copper, has good futuristic investment plans. And if you see the market analysts and the feedback, this is a stock which is forecast to go upward.
80,000 crores, Mr. Chawla, is the target. You've already hit 52,000 crores in FY27. Do you expect to comfortably exceed this target?
I would say we are working hard and will achieve the target.
What is the dividend picture looking like for CPSEs?
Welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks with me, Puneet Zaveri, as well as my co-anchor Sharad Dubey. We are coming to you live from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studios. Now, as we go through the day, Sharad, we've seen not so much of an action today. Yesterday's last hour gash essentially has been driving that momentum, but fizzling out today yet again.
Well, that's right. Good afternoon, Puneet, and you're bang on. The spike which we saw in the last trading session, that has been sold into, and right now we are near the day's low level when it comes to Nifty. But on the other hand, remember, September series has also started. A good note for Nifty Bank and all the other financial players as well. Let's pull in the Nifty Bank chart to show you how good momentum is there, and it's actually sustaining almost 400 points up. Nifty Bank is trading today. But let's look at the key factors to watch out for as we go into the first day of September series. Nifty remains volatile, little bit of off from its day's high levels. Nifty Bank is seeing a strong buying right now also, and it's going to the other sectors as well. Nifty support range is very important, 24,000 to 24,200. That is where we are expecting that range to come in, but small caps are doing really well. If you look at the breadth, there's a strong improvement coming in. Strong buying in the financials and the pharma segment, as I stated, but the sell-off continues in the IT stocks. A little bit of concern definitely there, but nothing major of sort. The global asset class sentiment has improved and the risk of sentiment is slowly coming down as well. Also, apart from this, if you look at the key factors or the day today itself, remember there's a fall in Brent crude and the global yields as well. That is where the macro support is coming in. And of course, today is a holiday for the money market, so there is no rupee update for you. And those adjustments in the equity will happen tomorrow as well. But today, important events are also there, which you should be there in your radar. This, of course, includes global earnings, Nvidia, how the AI trade moves. Also, the US macro data would be there, where we'll understand where the yields move. So, a lot of things at play. Post-market as also and right now also, but as of now, some portions in the market, if you remove the financials, it's quite dull, but small caps are doing really well. Puneet.
Well, most certainly, but let's also pull up what we have on our watch list today as well. A couple of key counters buzzing on the back of volume. Kotak Mahindra Bank and HDFC Life both seeing volumes of 0.5 to 1 times its 30-day average. Stocks up almost 2 to 3% each on the back of that. What you have seen today is block deal galore, to say the least. VR Scientific, a 1390 crore block where the shares have changed hands. Grow had a 2,500 crore block today as well, and so did Welspun Corp of 1,433 crore. All of those three counters continue to be buzzing on the back of that, and all three are in the red because of the sustained pressure on the stock because of that too. What you have seen is that HAL is also in focus. They have signed a new pact with Safal for development of the Aravali engines, and hence that counter continues to be in the green. Gujarat Pipavav Port also up almost 2.8%. They've got a letter of comfort from the Gujarat Maritime Board, and hence the counter continues to be in focus. So is IOL Chemicals, up 6.5%. It's hit an all-time high, and so has TVS Sri Chakra. That is the other counter that we are also focusing on as well, on the back of both hitting an all-time high. But as we've seen, there have been two major trends in the markets. There have been block deals and there have been IPOs. So Gaja Alternate is the other counter that's in focus right now. Stocks up and continuing to be up almost 14 to 15%, similar to its listing as well. So that counter is on our focus as well. On the back of regulatory update, GMR Airport makes it to our list. Is down by just about 0.8% right now. But a new tariff order has been issued essentially for Hyderabad. You also had a note from Jeffries on the counter that while the tariff amount stays same, the timeline of that has changed, and hence could be a slight negative for GMR Airports, because now they'll have to wait for commissioning of those airports to get those incentives, and hence stock has corrected below that 100 mark now. And the final one on our radar is SEPC. Now the company has gotten an in-principle approval to enter the UAE petroleum trading market, and hence stock continues to be in the green as well. But Sharad, back to you for some of these counters that make it to the rapid fire list.
Thanks a lot, Puneet, for that. Now we are joined in by Deven Mehta. Good afternoon, Deven. Always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit. We'll start our rapid fire round, and I'm going to talk about Kotak Mahindra Bank. Strong volumes, good buying coming across the banking names. But for Kotak Mahindra Bank, what are the key levels to watch out for? Deven.
Good afternoon. So Kotak Mahindra Bank have given a good breakout above 410 levels, and we can see a good increase in volume. So definitely the stock can further move towards 435, 445 levels. So definitely hold with a stop loss of 397.
All right, next stock, HDFC Life. Some signs of accumulation coming in the counter. Is there a trade to be made here?
I think no, the structure is weak. We have seen the counter slipping downwards. It is just a bounce back from the support levels, but no fresh long should be added. In fact, one should try to exit on bounce around 590.
All right, apart from this, HCL Tech, what will be your view on that, the IT space? Sorry, the stock is HAL. Deven, just stock is HAL. Interesting corporate announcement has come in. Stock is not doing much here. Is there any trade to be made, or you'll avoid this trade?
No, I think one should avoid this counter. The overall structure is positive. Those who are holding can hold with a stop loss of 4,800. But overall structure looks a bit sideways. On the higher side, 5,100 is the resistance.
And your views on IOL Chemical. The stock has been on a big rally over the last, you could say, 2 to 3 odd weeks. Good time to book some profits here, Deven?
No, I think we can witness a good breakout above 180 today. So if it closes above 180, I think one should keep trailing stop losses. 175 is the good support. 175 can be the stop loss. It can move towards 200. So trail stop loss and hold the counter.
Okay, hold the counter. Next one is GMR Airports. Adverse news flows coming in. Do you think there is a trade here? And if yes, what is there on the daily or the weekly charts suggesting the key levels?
No, I think on the daily chart it has breached 200-day exponential moving average. It has slipped below 100. So overall, it is getting weaker. I think this can correct towards 95. So no long trades. In fact, if it gives a bounce towards 102, a short trade can be made at this level. On the higher side, 105 is a strong resistance. It can slip towards 95.
All right. Another counter we talk about is Cipla. Today also the pharma companies are not doing that. There is a mixed reactions coming in. But for Cipla, interesting development for Pithampur facility has come in. What do the brokerage talk about or what's the actual impact? We're joined in by Varsha for that. Varsha, if you could just explain us.
Well, on Friday we did report, NDTV reported the ongoing inspection of their Pithampur facility. Now that has been confirmed, officially confirmed by Cipla, and US FDA had inspected the facility from August 17 to 25, post which they've received 7 observations. Now, why this is important? One is, of course, the plant was already under OAI, which is again a negative thing. And the re-inspection was seen as a key, I would say, a key step towards regulatory clearance. So investors were expecting clearance of this plant, but that did not come. Instead, 7 observations were seen. But the positive point over here is the revenue dependence from this facility is minimal. Cipla had already transferred every product to US and Goa facility. So so Cipla is not much dependent when it comes to Pithampur facility. But yes, considering Indian facility and margin accretive and investors were expecting clearance, so hence that did not come, and we received 7 observation, and hence you're seeing stock is down around 1% in trade.
Not much impact. Thanks a lot, Varsha, for that. And now we are joined in by our funda guest, Gaurang Shah. Good afternoon, Gaurang sir. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit.
Thank you so much.
Varsha was discussing about Cipla. Doesn't seem much of a big negative news coming in. How do you see the stock and the pharma players as a whole? Because there's a good strength coming in.
Thank you, Sharath, for having me on the show. Good afternoon to all the viewers of NDTV Profit, to you and your entire team. Standard disclosure as mandatory. All recommendations that I'll be sharing with you this afternoon on your show, Sharath, they are part of our fundamental research team recommendation from a long-term point of view. Our company, Jiyojit or myself, we do not have any kind of personal investments, no financial interest, no conflict of interest, but we share similar investment ideas with our clients. They might have their investment interests. Again, as a disclosure, we have a positive coverage on Cipla, and we believe that this on and off regulatory issues will be ironed out over a longer period of time. India happens to be a huge market for a lot of countries. And as we all know, Sharath, India is the pharmacy to the world. And this fact is going to remain for a very long time. Other than on and off tariff related news flows from US on rest of the world, and Indian pharma companies can have a short to medium term kind of an impact. But long term, we believe there are a lot of opportunities, not only in US, but minus the US, the rest of the world. If you have long term investment, continue to hold on in Cipla. If you want to add to it, in case if you have long term investment capital, you can add on dips. And if you want to make a fresh investment, we would advise that as well.
Got it. Got that view, Gaurang, and welcome to the show. But also putting focus on the auto pack as well, because you've seen a good trend in terms of the retail sales data for the month of August. Now it's important to mark it today as well, because today is one of the main days of the 10-day festival of Onam. Generally, a lot of purchases planned around the same as well. So when you look at the trends that have propped up in terms of the data from the Vahan portal, scooters and cars likely continuing to show that high single-digit to low double-digit growth. Now, we're still yet to have the next 4 days in terms of sales performance, but when you compare it to the full month of August last year, that momentum seems to be good for now. What you are also seeing that today is one of the main days, as I mentioned, for Onam, and hence players like Maruti Suzuki, Hyundai will all continue to be in focus as well. A lot of purchases planned around such auspicious days, so that continues to be in focus as well. And what you have seen that generally when you look at the key player-wise data, Eicher as well as TVS for August have reported good numbers, and we'll get to that in just a bit. What you have seen also that capacity constraints for Tata Motors and M&M on the passenger vehicle side is having some bearing. So you're seeing those numbers yet not propped up, at least till date for the first 26 days that we've pulled the data out of. And Hyundai as well as Maruti Suzuki might see a bigger benefit because of having ample capacity at this point of time. But the other factor, that two-wheeler EV sales, that have continued to be robust at this particular point of time. So when you look at the data on your screen, that's for the car makers first. We've seen roughly 1,18,000 kind of, let's go back to the car ones first, passenger car data first. 1,18,000 vehicles already registered for Maruti Suzuki versus 1,38,000 for the full month of August 2025. You're seeing a bigger gap for M&M as well as Tata Motors PV, so we'll still wait of how that shapes up for this month. But for Hyundai as well, that gap is there. So the last 3 to 4 days, very crucial at this point of time. Let's also show you the two-wheeler data now. For TVS and Eicher, data visible on your screen now, both have actually seen very strong sales data. 2.75 lakh already registered for TVS versus 2.8 that they sold last year. Similar for Eicher as well, while for Hero and Bajaj, they will have to prop up. But finally, in terms of the EV sales momentum, a really stupendous growth that we're seeing yet again for the top two, Bajaj as well as for TVS Motor Company, both seeing almost a 50 to over 100% growth. Ether Energy currently is constrained by supplies as well as capacity, is showing a 20% growth, still decent at this point of time, while Ola Electric is at the bottom end of that spectrum. But Gaurang, very good afternoon to you. It's good to speak to you again. How are you looking at the current preference as we go into the higher second half of the year, a bigger base that will come through for GST as well? Do you prefer the two-wheeler players, or are you more bullish at this point of time for the passenger vehicle side of things?
Hi Puneet, good afternoon to you as well. Great speaking with you again and connecting with you. Let me add 3 more points, Puneet, to what you listed down. Pricing power has come back to the automobile manufacturing companies. We've seen price rise. There is waiting period, Puneet, in some of the models, depending upon which level you want to purchase a vehicle and from which company. And the third point, Puneet, is that we've seen extraordinary uptick in numbers as far as exports are concerned. Fourth and the most important point, Puneet, for auto sector is the number of free trade agreements and other agreements that India has signed with various countries. This will open up a huge opportunity for already doing well export market. My sense and our coverage is spread across, Puneet, to be very honest, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, commercial vehicle manufacturing companies, tractor agri equipment manufacturing companies, and a pure EV play in form of Electra Green Tech. So I would say that depending upon your likes, I would put it that way, or what you favor the most, plenty of opportunities are there, right from Bajaj Auto, TVS Motors, Hero MotoCorp, Eicher Motors, as far as Royal Enfield is concerned, Eicher Trucks and JV with Volvo, pure commercial vehicle play in form of Ashok Leyland, M&M, Tata Motor Commercial Vehicle, Tata Motor Passenger Vehicle, and you have likes of Escorts, Kubota, and of course, like I mentioned, Electra Green Tech. I would not be having a bias towards any one side, but to make a point clear, I think the first positive traction that you will see in terms of situation turning around for good would be seen in the 2-stroke 3-wheeler pack. Then it will gradually grow upon entry-level 4-wheelers, mid-size, high-end, and so on and so forth. But the entire auto sector is poised to have a decent growth going forward.
Right, so there is a decent growth expectations from the auto sector. Interesting analysis on Vahan data by Puneet as well. But let's move our conversation to the consumption phase, and Onasa consumer is in focus, and interestingly an important acquisition has been cancelled. Is it really that impactful, or is it just a negative sentiment, Mahima?
So it's largely just negative sentiment because there's no financial impact as such. But like you said, the company had announced in June that they were set to acquire around 58% Influence Pharma, which is a nutraceutical company, and this could have marked their foray into nutraceuticals. But now they've gone ahead and said that this is being terminated because the conditions required to complete the deal under share purchase agreement were not fulfilled. The details about this have not been given yet so far, so we don't know actually exactly what conditions were not fulfilled. But the original deal was for 135 odd crore, where around 58% was to be acquired immediately, and the rest 42% over the period of 5 to 7 odd years. Now, generally, this only means that sentimentally, Honasa will not have the immediate access to nutraceuticals as a space, and the company, however, has said that they remain open to both organic as well as inorganic expansion when it comes to nutraceutical as a space. So it's a wait and watch from here on.
Right. And of course, these valuations in D2C space are expensive also. But speaking of consumption, I know sadly today is not Friday, but Varun Beverages has come out with a very interesting news flow, Mahima. And what does it mean for the other peers? And I think the market is big enough for everyone.
Yeah, but so the news basically is that they have incorporated a subsidiary for the Alcobev space. Ready-to-drink Alcobev space is what they're focusing on. They've said this earlier also that they want to make their mark into the space, and that's why they've incorporated a new subsidiary, wholly owned subsidiary, which is Kiva Spirits and Company Limited. But I think the street is taking this with a pinch of salt because the stock is taking a knock of around 3% odd. Basically, this is going to be for ready-to-drink Alcobev, beverages and allied products in India. They've also appointed the managing director and CEO for the proposed subsidiary. Prathamesh Mishra is going to be the one leading this. So this actually means, and because he has a 30 year of experience in the consumer space, he's worked with Pernod Ricard, Diageo, etc. This means that they're very serious with regards to this business. Analysts are saying that it could pose some threat in terms of competition to the other already established players in the industry. But again, it's a wait and watch from here on for this one. And the second news for this one is also that they've gone ahead and expanded in Tunisia, where they've partnered, they've done a JV with, this is a 75% JV where Varun Beverages stake will be 75% and 25% will be with Bivanda, and the proposed share capital for this is going to be around 9 million Tunisian dollars. So that's the other update coming in for Varun Beverages. So both of these news updates are important for the company.
Thanks a lot, Mahima, for that, tracking the consumption space and keeping all of us busy. But Gaurang sir, we spoke about two counters. First is Honasa Consumer, a little bit of overhang, and Varun Beverages also. And there are other premium alcohol or the alcohol-related stocks also which are buzzing in trade. I wanted your views on both of these counters. How does it stack up?
So firstly on Honasa, as Mahima was mentioning, I don't think this is going to have any material impact or a long-lasting negative impact on the stock. Second point is that for the last 2 quarters, that is, Sharad, the last financial year, 4th quarter, and this financial year, 1st quarter, Honasa Consumer reported stellar set of numbers, better than what the street estimated. We don't have any specific coverage on Honasa, so I won't go into specific buy, sell, and hold. The way they have been able to reinvent themselves in a highly competitive platform, it will be very prudent for them to keep on reinventing such business strategies so that they can have a huge positive impact on the earnings. Having said that, it's highly competitive and at the same time, very difficult kind of a platform to exist on. Nevertheless, they have done quite well over the last 2 quarters. So I won't go into buy, sell, and hold, but it's a strong performer and hope this performance continues. On Varun Beverages and high spirit stroke alcohol beverages, we have a positive coverage, Sharad, as a disclosure on Varun Beverages from a long-term point of view, and we continue to maintain that. Amongst the pure high spirits play, we have a positive coverage on United Spirits. Why United Spirits? Because, Sharad, this company has got diversified product profile at every level, lower end, entry level, mid-size, and high end. And the market share is quite good as far as United Spirits is concerned.
All right. Another counter we'd focus on is Cyient. Yesterday, of course, the company came out with its investor day, but today follow-up buying is happening here. But what are the key takeaways from it? We are joined in by Shivam for that. Shivam, the stock is up 7% now in trade. What are the key takeaways from this?
Well, a lot of positive inflows coming in from the investor day, starting with the total addressable market that has been increased from $100 billion to around 2.4 to 3.2 trillion dollars. Also, if we take a look at the focus of the company going forward in FY27, the focus will be mainly on transformation, and in FY28, the focus will be morely on scaling up the business. In terms of the semiconductor business, they have outlined its first standalone targets, which will be around 4 times of the revenue by FY31. And in terms of long-term ambition of the company aims to become the India's largest custom power semiconductor company. Also, the TAO digital solution that will add the Gen AI capability and cloud native engineering capabilities to the digital engineering and technology segment. Also, the company has launched this engine, which is a proprietary engineering intelligence platform that will aid in deploying the AI on a larger scale. Now, moving on to the brokerages, the Morgan Stanley has maintained an underweight rating with a target price of around 820 rupees and has stated that the execution remains a key to profitable growth and medium-term aspirations, and also the benefits of such changes will be more on the medium-term basis. JP Morgan has also come up with a report and has maintained an overweight rating with a target price of around 1050 and has stated that with this the predictable growth and profitability is more improved, and strategic focus has yielded some success, but it will require more effort going forward.
Thanks a lot, Shivam, for that detailed analysis. The stock is up 7% as well as we speak. Also, interestingly, let's talk about the credit card data which has come in the month of July. And I'd like to point out certain data points, especially HDFC, that continues to dominate the card issuance here. And the HDFC Bank added roughly 2.3 lakh cards on a month-on-month basis. This is one of the highest numbers coming in the issuances. ICICI is also gaining market share, but the growth remains weak if you compare that on a year-on-year basis. SBI Cards has shown the strongest spending momentum, especially on a YOY basis. The growth has been 22%. And Axis, however, there's a different side story to it, where it's witnessing slower card growth relative to its peers. Also, the spends remain volatile, but there is a strong month-to-month recovery coming in for ICICI, Kotak, Axis and Bank of Baroda. And overall credit cost are standing at around 1% up on a month-on-month basis, and the total card spends has gone up 3% on a month-on-month basis and roughly 7% on a year-on-year basis for the month of July. So we're talking about the credit card related stocks, and also scientists the focus earlier on with Shivam. Gaurang sir, if you could get our views in these counters.
Been positive on IT even when people wrote obituaries about IT sector, Sharad, if you remember some time back, because of IT and innovation that was coming through. We remain positive then, we remain positive now, we remain positive going into the future. As a disclosure, Cyient Limited features on the fundamental side coverage from a long-term point of view. We are positive on other small cap, mid cap, large cap stocks in the IT related universe. Yesterday, we had a news from TCS taking over a company or buying out a company. Before that, we had other companies mentioning about AI-related ventures that they have gone into. And more importantly, Sharad, in the first quarter earnings, we saw some decent numbers contributed to the top line and bottom line as far as AI activity is concerned. So we remain positive. On card-related themes that you were just discussing, so we remain positive on Axis Bank, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, amongst the names that you mentioned. One more name that you mentioned, Sharad, was SBI Cards. On this also, we have since it's a separate business that they've listed, we remain positive on SBI Cards as well.
So that's the view coming in. Thanks a lot, Gaurang sir, for taking out your time and giving your fundamental views on the stocks as well. But right now we are out of time, and that's the end for trending stocks. And from me, Puneet, and the entire team who put this show together, it's a buy. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for your profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
Let's build a staggered deployment approach and balance things out between aggressive and safe bets.
Ionic Wealth is your co-founder in your journey of wealth creation.
Let him get a second opinion first.
Sounds good. Ionic Wealth is putting the power of institutional grade AI in your pocket so you can get your second opinion first.
We are turning a page in Nepal's political economy. On the bedrock of good governance and bold reforms, we want to accelerate the pace of economic catch-up.
In rapidly changing global landscape, foreign policy must be anchored in strategic clarity and shared prosperity.
Hello, I'm Shashi Tharoor, and beyond statecraft and former treaties lies the true heart of our partnership, our deeply rooted cultural diplomacy and people-to-people bonds.
I look forward to sharing our vision for industrial cooperation at NDTV World a week share.
Seamless trade and strategic cross-border investments are real drivers of modern growth.
Understanding the past and present is the key to unlocking the future in India-Nepal tie.
Join me at NDTP World Anveksha, Ideas Across Border in Kathmandu on August 27th as we explore Nepal's role in changing the world. Don't miss it.
Welcome to India's biggest grassroots innovation movement.
हमें ये पूरा रोड मैप क्लियर करके ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाना।
स्पंदन एक पोर्टेबल ईसीजी मशीन है।
सिर्फ यहाँ पे थेरेपीज डिजाइन की गई है।
If you need any manufacturing help, do reach out
and I'm more than happy to get your product to all of them.
हर हफ्ते आइडियाज के असली ग्रासरूट इनोवेटर दिखेंगे वंदे भारतम में, कमिंग सून ऑन NDTV Profit.
Arunesh Chawla, the DPOM Secretary, speaking exclusively with us on NDTV Profit. How do you see the momentum from here, and what's your reading on the expectations around the Hindustan Copper OFS?
This is in line with Prime Minister's vision of sharing the national wealth with ordinary investors, minority stakeholders and citizens of India. Hindustan Copper, has good futuristic investment plans. And if you see the market analysts and the feedback, this is a stock which is forecast to go upward.
80,000 crores, Mr. Chawla, is the target. You've already hit 52,000 crores in FY27. Do you expect to comfortably exceed this target?
I would say we are working hard and will achieve the target.
What is the dividend picture looking like for CPSEs?
Dividends, we have a plan, but you will see that plan becoming active in the second half, which is when the dividends come in.
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K, the works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original.
So Abhishek, firstly, congratulations on this plan to go public. We're really excited about this premium brand that's going public. But the first question that I wanted to ask you really is, your valuation and your price band also seem premium, just like your products, especially compared to listed peers already in the market who also have a better price to sales ratio as well, right? So what was the thinking behind the aggressive pricing that you set for your for the retail investors looking to participate in your IPO?
So I think, firstly, it's not our decision alone. I mean, obviously, it's a decision taken by the bankers in line with the institutional investors. But to answer your question, see, we have always been a high growth company. If you see the last 5 years growth, it's grown at over 60% CAGR. This platform was just an online only platform bought by us in February 2018. And since then, we have grown the business very rapidly. And also in an industry which otherwise was not perceived to be a very large industry. So I think a combination of the industry having a very high CAGR and then on top of that, we are also growing very fast. So I think that definitely raises a very positive roadmap for the future growth as well. And given that the execution has been done also very sharply, I hope so we'll be able to live up to the expectations.
Your focus has been a lot on these large experience centers that you're setting up. You set up a few, and a large part of your expenses also going there. In fact, a large part of the IPO proceeds,
Yes.
over 360 crores around, is going towards that. That's a large amount of money for retail investors to say put into hard brick and mortar sort of businesses for a tech platform that's being raised. So how do you think retail investors can justify that sort of decision when they're putting in so much money into a brick and mortar operation?
See, I think Purnia's pop-up shop has been very different from the rest of the player. If you look at purely in terms of average order value, our average order value stands at 75,000 as on FY26, which is obviously a combination of online and retail both. And if you see in isolated geographies, let's say in India, the average order value from stores was 90,000, whereas online was 38,000. So if you similarly see other geographies, almost 2.5 times higher. So from our perspective, the business originally was just e-commerce and running the website and generating sales from there globally. It's also a large international business that we do. On the retail front, it's very different from traditional retail because typically in retail you will have the depth of the stock, which means you walk in, you will see a product, you will have sizes, colorways, etc. Whereas we have breadth. So which means whether you walk into a store with 1,000 pieces, 2,000 or 5,000 pieces, any of our large format experience center, they all are different. And to compare, the website has 2 lakh plus designs. So as a customer, you have an ability to browse through a very wide assortment of products, make the decision. If you like something, you take as is. Otherwise, you place something which we call a back order, for which you pay 100 rupees upfront, and then we pay the designers later. So it has merits of both. Hence, we call it an omni-channel platform, and it should be evaluated that way. Now, in terms of your question of the money being going, see, idea is raising growth capital from markets is to deploy towards growth. The growth will is gonna come from 2 aspects, which is rental of or lease liabilities towards the experience centers, and it is gonna come from marketing. So we are deploying it just towards those 2 things, which are going to deliver the growth in the future.
Can I push you a little bit more on that and ask you about what are your growth projections for that broadly, even if you can't go into specifics? Because you spoke about growth, right? But over the last year, in fact, you saw 13% growth in revenue, but your losses ballooned almost by 100 crore. Now, the previous year, you explained that in your DRHP through ESOPs, right? Your general here also you had ESOPs, but smaller than what they were last year. So the larger chunk was the experience center. Now, these experience centers that you're saying, the growth that you're looking at, growth capital, what sort of projections do you have for how soon does this then turn around from a retail investor perspective into a profitable venture?
So if you see the past history also, as I said, like the business has grown from FY 2021 to from a 44-45 crores, if you see the industry overview section, to almost 500 crore plus. Once we crossed that 500 crore number, there was a change in strategy where we did not want to chase, growth from all directions. We reduced the number of brands from 1900 to 1100 on the website. The marketing spend was reduced from 54 to 30. And that led to basically eliminating of the long tail supply and long tail demand, which gave us a better chance to go deeper into the markets we operate, go deeper with the brands that we work, and go deeper with the customers that we work. So if you see any of these 3 transactions, which is, let's say, designer contribution, that has gone up. The customer average order value went up from 40,000 in 23 to almost 75,000 plus in 26. And that is where the business generates a leverage for future. Now, from that perspective, because this is the growth history, all these large 4 experience centers have opened in 26 itself. So the next few years, these are going to be delivering their full potential.
So is there a timeline in place for that?
So it's, see, the reason why we are not so fixated on the timeline, because if you see the past, we have always taken these decisions in terms of going ahead with consolidation and growth in parts of the journey. So like at 24 stage, the consolidation started. So that's where you see a lower growth on the top line and you see more deployment towards the expansion. Now going forward, because now the expansion part is done, now it's going to show the results. So from a financials perspective, I mean, the ESOP had similar costs in 25 and 26 both. And if you eliminate that and look at from the cash flow angle and not the PAT alone, then you will realize that the picture is very different. So if you look at the money spent at a cash flow basis, both before working capital changes and after, then the number is very small as compared to the losses.
Okay, but in terms of, I understand that, that's a very fair point to make. But what I'm asking about is, because you're putting so much money into this, generally investors, the question they will ask is, when do we see the return on this?
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah. So as I said, like basically for us historically, the losses were never a very large number because we have high gross margins. So we are able to manage in terms of operational profitability, correct, as you would call. The expenses has more been a part of growth, experiments, correct, and etc. Now from here on, these have been going deeper into the markets where we have a history. We have had large businesses. So if you take Mumbai as an example, where the Kalagoda store opened the Flora Fountain Fort store. So when we were taking that last year, a lot of people were surprised, you know, how you can take such a large store, how you're going to be paying rent and etc. It's opened July last year. It has almost completed 1 full year. And if you see the financial numbers, then the Mumbai business, which was 120 crore odd, you know, in FY25, grew to a 205 crore overnight. And this was by reduction of number of stores technically. So from our perspective, that first Kalagoda store showed the momentum. The Linking Road store has just opened, you know, in March. Yeah. So this is the first full year where in Mumbai we operate both the large experience centers together.
Your New York.
So that also just opened last week of March. So basically from our perspective, there were 4 expansions. 2 of them opened sometimes in July, like Southex and Kalagoda, and these opened end of March. So this is the first full year with all these expansions that we have done. Now once you complete 27, then you know the benchmark and then you work towards that. So that is the whole ideology. But to be honest, this has always been the case. When you operate a business in uncharted territory, you know, people are always like, okay, what's going to happen next? The comfort comes from the fact that it's a growing market. As I said, that luxury part of wedding and occasion wear is on the highest CAGR of 25%. And if you compare our positioning where we were in 2021 versus the market and where we are today versus the market, that would also show the market share has grown.
That right there is the word coming in from Purple Style Labs, and that's the one in focus. And you're watching Lunchtime Trades right here on NDTV Profit. For your profit, let's kickstart the show in terms of the other coverage as well. Talk about Gaja Capital that is in focus after making a very strong debut on the Lal Street, listing at a 16% premium. In fact, you do have Nimit, who's also caught up with UK Sinha, chairman of Gaja Capital, about the company's plans following the listing and the road going forward. Let's listen in.
Sir, as somebody who's written the book on AIF guidelines at SEBI, did you ever imagine this day would come, and is this closer to the date than you did imagine?
No, I didn't imagine it would come so soon. In 2012, we framed the AIF regulations, and after that the industry has grown in a very, very big way, around 13.5 lakh crores. But listing is something which was always in my mind, whichever company, but Gaza has become the first one. And let us understand it in the context of development in the financial services market. If you go back to the reforms starting in 1991, broking firms were not listed. In fact, they were all proprietary, and they got listed. Public sector banks were not listed, and SBI got listed, and then private sector banks also got listed. Then came the mutual funds. Mutual funds got listed in the country. There was a huge problem and difference of opinion about whether stock exchanges should get listed. In fact, one very eminent expert who was heading a committee on behalf of SEBI, he had recommended that stock exchanges should not get listed because they also perform the function of a first line of regulation, and only the 10-year government security yield, that is what should be allowed, and rest of it should go to the investor protection fund and things like that. But SEBI came out, fortunately during my time, with a set of regulations for a stock exchange listing. And one of the important landmark decision was that there would be no self-listing. So one exchange can get listed on the another exchange and things.
But that's what's happening. I mean, they're not NSE's listing on the BSE, but they're permitted to trade. I mean, they're going for permitted trade.
Yeah, but two exchanges are already listed. So the conflict of interest that was visualized in the minds of certain people, that how can you regulate yourself and also be profitable. So that SEBI solved in 2012 by coming out with a non-self-listing requirement. And that is doing very well. BSE is listing, MCX is listed. And the last frontier, you know, today even InvITs are listed.
Yeah.
REITs are listed. Depositories are listed. So this was the last frontier. And I'm very happy and I'm thankful to SEBI for taking this very progressive and far-reaching decision. And by doing this, we are now at par with the best in the world. What is going to happen now is that the capacity to raise money for the startup ecosystem, for innovation ecosystem, that will go up in a big way. For sake of comparison, in 2012, the mutual fund industry, the size was hardly 6 lakh crores. Today is 86 lakh crores. Yeah. So this development today of Gaja alternate asset management company getting listed will pave the way for others also to be able to raise money in India. One thing we must realize that over the past few years, foreign money into alternate management companies has slowed down. On the other hand, India is sitting with lot of savings, lot of surplus, which is looking to find an option. They are investing in mutual funds, they are investing in other areas, but alternates provide a very good option for them to do it. So my thinking is that this listing will change the face of a startup ecosystem in the country.
That's a good note to actually lead on. I also wanted to understand, an alternative investment fund has its own strategic goals and outcomes. Sometimes it makes bets that don't work out. Sometimes it makes long-term bets that don't pay out very soon, right? In an environment like that, in India, where the retail environment can be volatile and the markets react to your quarterly results, how does that change the management and investment style at something like Gaja or for others in the space that are looking to get listed? Does that change the way you think about profitability and about return?
This debate or this question is a very genuine and valid question. But let me remind you that the same question arose when the mutual fund industry was getting listed. At that time, the same problem came in. In fact, the first problem which had to be addressed by SEBI and the larger system was that where do the assets of the funds, the funds floated by schemes floated by the AMC will lies. And obviously, they are a separate entity. They lie elsewhere, and the parent company, the asset management company, lies somewhere else. The two are different, and there are enough safeguards built into the mutual fund regulations and other regulations such as the listing obligations and disclosure requirement regulation to take care of this. What happens with listing is that a company is submitting itself to larger discipline, bigger discipline. It is submitting itself voluntarily. Nobody forced Gaja to do that. It is submitting itself to transparency. And the long-term investors, who are the actual investors in alternate assets, they value these things. They value trust. And once you are able to generate that trust, people will come to you. And on the downstream, it will help our startup ecosystem in a big way.
Yeah, that point I absolutely take, that innovation funding, which is slowing down, globally funds coming to India slowing down, requires more Indian funding. And, that would
and we have enough resources, enough savings within the country, the family offices, the high net worth individuals, even people who have surplus money and who are investing in the mutual funds, they want an alternative. You can't invest everything in one asset class.
And SEBI, especially over the last year, has been very proactive in easing out bottlenecks for the AIF industry. In particular, the Ease of Doing Business Committee especially has been doing a lot to increase the participation of AIFs in the economy and to ease the setting up of AIFs itself. What do you think are the next regulatory challenges that exist for AIFs today in the industry, and what sort of regulatory measures do you recommend or do you see happening going forward?
You see, the alternate asset management industry has to follow a separate philosophy. For some reason, about 2, 3, 4 years back, SEBI had taken a different stand. And some of the requirements which SEBI at that time introduced were creating problem for the venture capital industry and downstream for the entire ecosystem. I'm happy that over the last 2 years, SEBI has been able to change its direction, change its course, and now it is actively encouraging it, because there are mechanisms for this alternate assets industry to have self-control and also to have control through the mechanism of their private placement memoranda and all the rest of the things which they can do. So I'm very happy that it is happening. If you are talking about the next level of reforms or next level of things which can happen, I think the story about Indian entrepreneurship, the startup system, and the alternate industry now getting listed, this story has to be told outside India as well. I mentioned a short while ago that the foreign money, the inflow has come down. Right now, we are very happy that we can do this with the domestic money. But if you look at the medium to long term, we need both. We can't survive only on the domestic money. So, the regulatory system in the country, their story about what the alternate asset industry has done, what multiples it has been able to deliver, what innovation it has been able to foster. If these things are, these stories are passed on, and I think regulators should also take an interest in this, in spreading this message outside India.
Okay, I'll take that. For something like Gaja Capital, one of the key profit areas has been carried interest, right? And carried interest, as opposed to management fee, is not really as predictable as something that can come in regularly in the form of management fee. Carried interest depends on the market, how everything is performing. Do you see the sustained level of revenue that Gaja is seeing through carried interests continuing and becoming their key source of revenue, or do you see that management fee is going to be the key source of more predictable revenue?
As I speak to you, Gaja is listed, so I have to be very careful about making a statement which can be counted as future predictions. But I want you and your viewers to understand that an alternate asset class in India has three sources of income. One is, of course, the fees, management fees. Second is the carry part. And the third is the sponsor commitment. What this listing will help Gaja is that they will have enough of firepower to make their sponsor commitments. Imagine with so much of fresh money being raised, they will be in a much better position to raise funds through the lure of their own sponsor funds.
Other than that, right there is the word coming in from Gaja Capital that has had a decent listing on the bourses today. But let's also talk about what else is happening right now. When you talk about crude prices, that's where you're seeing some pressure for a third straight day in a row. And the food basket, on the other hand, is actually heating up. So you're talking about onions, basmati and coffee that are adding to this pressure, while sugar offering some bit of relief, which comes in with a caveat. We do have Vijay Sardana, agri-business
and food policy expert joining us right now on the show. Mr. Sardana, thank you so much for waiting by, and thank you so much for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. First things first, just wanted to try and understand what you think about the rise in onion prices and also the Kanda Express right now. Do you think that the government measures to use the buffer stock are going to be helping in a substantial manner going forward?
This is an important development for two reasons. One, sometimes we feel that farmers are suffering because there is no price realization for the farmers. There is a price crash. On the other side, we are finding acute, sharp rise of prices for the consumers. Now, this clearly indicates that there is a serious communication gap between the production system as well as the consumption markets. It means the data, what we are producing and what is to be consumed in India, this is not clearly available. So first of all, my request to the government is that please ensure and create a proper system so that people know what is the consumption of onion in the country and in which place. That is first thing. Number two, we do not have infrastructure for storage. So what happens at the peak time, prices crash in the production area, but consumption area, the prices remain. If I say that, just reflect back. When the onions are selling at 2 rupees or 3 rupees in Nasik, in Delhi, we are still paying 50 rupees or 40 rupees or 30 rupees. This clearly shows that there is a serious, I will say that efficiency gaps, both information efficiency as well as logistics efficiency to handle this scenario. Third important aspect is that government agencies, if for example like NAFED or FCI, they should create storage hubs in every state, not just in few locations. So that if they know what is the consumption, they should shift the material at the time of peak season itself to the respective warehouses so that there is no need to wait for the crisis and then do the shifting. So what we need in this country is overall food security management, which is missing.
No, absolutely. And that just about brilliantly sums up everything that we had in mind when it comes to some of those interventions that might be required at this point. But also wanted to look at the bigger picture here. You do have basmati, for which weather is now playing spoil sport. Do you think that it's slowly becoming the single biggest risk to India's food inflation outlook right now?
See, climate change is a reality.
Yes.
And all our research of seeds and even insect behavior is changing because of change in climate. We have done research on genetic material, which we call seeds. Suppose that seed was suitable that we grow in the month of, for example, in the month of October, and we do harvesting in the month of, suppose, March. But if moisture, temperature, other things are changing and it is shifting by 1 month, either we have to have a variety which can be shifted, or we should come out with new varieties which are short duration varieties, so that instead of taking 120 days, we get the same performance in 90 days. So there is a lot of challenge for the researchers when it comes to climate change. Because not only seed, but insect behavior will also change, disease will also change. So there are lot many things which are there in the scientific challenge. And I think there is a serious need to relook into what we do in agriculture research.
No, absolutely. And the research needs to be looked at in a very different way. And that's the clear takeaway coming in here. Lastly, just before we let you go, a quick answer on this one. I wanted about the food commodities that consumers could possibly be worried about next. Coffee's joined the list. You've got onions there and basmati rice. Anything else that you're tracking very closely?
If you ask me honestly, I'm worried for everything.
Okay.
In India, we are short of edible oils. We are short of protein. Only thing which we have surplus is carbohydrate, that is paddy, wheat, sugar, you can say potato, and also maize. Now, we are finding crisis in case of potato of a different nature. The prices are crashing. On the other side, in sugar, it is the reverse way. Prices are shooting up. Now look at the scenario. This is happening every year with one crop or the other. And that is what I'm saying, that agriculture food security policy is missing in this country. As a media house, have you seen the food security policy of the country? Have you seen the food security policy of the states? We don't have. Unless we know what is required from where we will source, we cannot plan logistics, we cannot plan infrastructure, we cannot plan technology, we cannot plan variety.
Right.
So if we do not have plan, how you are going to address the challenge?
No, absolutely. And Mr. Sardana, thank you so much for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. Those are some very great inputs about the need for transparency here and for greater research to be able to fill some of those gaps that we've highlighted for you as well. Thank you so much for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. But with that, we're completely out of time on this edition of the show. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति STTMT।
When outcomes matter, you trust accuracy and precision every time. Because cricket ho ya medical care, trust is earned with consistency. Welcome to Lord's Med. Empowering health, touching lives. Accuracy that shows up when it counts the most. State-of-the-art innovation, made in India. Or trust, puri duniya ka. When it comes to medical care, choose Lord's Universe. Precision with care.
Lord's Mark Industries, हमेशा आपके साथ. Factoring in LRS, the route, and the currency hedge, here's your best move.
Ionic Wealth is your co-founder in your journey of wealth creation.
What's the rush? Let them get a second opinion first.
Yeah, this works.
Ionic Wealth is putting the power of institutional grade AI in your pocket so you can get your second opinion first.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
3 decades of watching the world change. Of asking the questions that couldn't wait. Of telling the stories that couldn't be ignored. Of holding the line when it mattered most. Times change, our purpose doesn't. NDTV 24/7 is now NDTV when it really matters.
Welcome to India's biggest grassroots innovation movement.
वंदे भारतम भारतम वंदे भारतम।
हमें ये पूरा रोड मैप क्लियर करके ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाना।
स्पंदन एक पोर्टेबल ECG मशीन है।
सिर्फ यहाँ पे थेरेपीज डिजाइन की गई है।
If you need any manufacturing help, do reach out
and I'm more than happy to get your product to all of them.
हर हफ्ते आइडियाज के असली ग्रासरूट इनोवेटर दिखेंगे वंदे भारतम में। Coming soon on NDTV Profit.
Arunesh Chawla, the DPUM Secretary, speaking exclusively with us on NDTV Profit. How do you see the momentum from here and what's your reading on the expectations around the Hindustan Copper OFS?
This is in line with Prime Minister's vision of sharing the national wealth with ordinary investors, minority stakeholders and citizens of India. Hindustan Copper, has a good futuristic investment plan. And if you see the market analysts and the feedback, this is a stock which is forecast to go upward.
80,000 crores, Mr. Chawla, is the target. You've already hit 52,000 crores in FY27. Do you expect to comfortably exceed this target?
I would say
We are working hard and will achieve the target.
What is the dividend picture looking like for CPSEs?
Dividends, we have a plan, but you will see that plan becoming active in the second half, which is when the dividends come in.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights.
Hello, welcome. You're watching NDTV Profit. This is Small Cap Bazaars. I'm Mahima Vachharani, and with me, as always, is Soumit Sarkar. And Lupin is something that we're putting spotlight on. It's in focus since the company has won the court battle against Vertex. And Varsha, who tracks this very closely, has the first cut with us to tell us exactly what's happened here. Varsha?
Well, a patent hurdle, I would say, has been clear, that overhang has been removed, and hence you're seeing stock is up almost to 2.5% in trade. Now, Lupin wins court battle against Vertex. Court says Lupin's generic does not infringe 4 patents, and the patents were related to Calideco. Now, what does this mean? Well, Lupin is developing generic Calideco, which is nothing but a drug which is used to treat fibrosis. Now, Lupin already has tentative US FDA approval, and this removes removes a major hurdle for launch. Now, how big is this? The opportunity? The targeted Calideco oral, now I'm talking about the oral granules, have almost 51 million US dollars sales, which is around 430 to 450 odd crore annual market, and Lupin can capture a share of this market. But the important point over here is the exclusivity. So Lupin is first to file for the generic and could get 180 days exclusivity, and which is nothing but a potential early mover advantage into the US, which Lupin has.
Varsha, thank you so much for putting that into perspective. The stock is seeing a spike coming in. Let's try to pull the stock up and see as to what it's doing as of now. Yes, there you go. The sudden spike that's come in is after that news. Gradually, in fact, we were seeing that spike coming in, but slightly off from the day's high point is what we're seeing. But it is for sure a positive development coming in for Lupin. But let's now take a look at what are we going to talk about on the show today. What is it that makes it to the cut of small cap buzzers? The first one is going to be Technocraft Ventures. We're going to speak to the management. Since the recent listing, the stock is up almost 19%, and we'll have to see as to how the outlook of the company goes, and we'll speak to the management very soon. The other one is Federal Mogul. Now, this is a very interesting one. The stock has been up 50% in the past 5 months. There's a board meet which is going to happen in dividend. We'll also try to understand if they give out entire dividend and what is that scenario going to look like, because the company is sitting on a cash of 800 crores with a market cap of 3,000 crores. So very interesting case study here. The next one is going to be Advait Energy, where the company has received an order from Madhya Pradesh Power Transmission. Overall, if you see year to date, the stock has not done anything. It's down by 43%. So anybody who is invested in this one has seen that pain point coming in. Mangal Electric is the last one on the list, where overall the stock volumes are trading at 5 times its 30-day moving average, and stock volumes are also up since the past 2 days, since after a really long time. And RSI has also just touched 60. So we'll try to decode as to what's working with this company and whether technicals are positioning in favor of the company or not. So that's everything that we're going to talk about in the show today. But like I said, the first conversation that we're going to have is going to be with Technocraft Ventures. We'll try to understand as to what the way forward of the company looks like, and to take that conversation ahead, I'm now joined by Karthikeya Tyagi, who's the whole-time director and CFO at Technocraft Ventures, joining us now. Mr. Tyagi, thank you so much for taking out the time. Very good afternoon to you, Mahima this side. My first question to you is going to be about the order book, because a strong order book visibility is what you have, 1,300 plus crore of order book, which is almost 4 times your FY26 revenue. Just wanted more sense as to what is the timeline for execution of this 1,300 crore order book, and the sub part of this question would be as to how much order inflow are you expecting overall in FY27 if there's an internal target place.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the investors, the faith they have shown us and the response that they have given us in the markets. As you asked about the order book, it stood around 1,350 at the time we filed the DRHP, and one of the orders that was pipeline has now been converted into an award. So the order book is around 1,500 crores. And out of that, 98% is from wastewater treatment projects under the schemes of Amrut, Namami Gange, and Amrut 2.0. So going forward, we are looking to add around, I think in this financial year, we should be able to add around 500, 600 crores in the order book itself. And if you talk about the execution timeline for those projects, all of these government projects have a stipulated timeline for 2 years, but sometimes there are some delays that are beyond the control of the company. So it takes around 2 to 3 years for the completion of these projects.
Okay, understood. So then just wanted a sense in terms of how you are expecting FY27 order book conversion looking like, because FY26 you ended with a top line of 345 crore. So how much of this 1,500 crore order book that you're saying will be converted into top line for FY27?
Ma'am, I can't give you exact figures because that's forward looking. And what we could say is that you could take a look at our order book, take a sense of the stipulated timeline of the project that we have in our order book, and do some reverse mathematics, and you could get a sense of what our top line could be looking at the end of this year. This year, we would be expecting to see more growth than we have seen in the past 3-4 years because the order book is so robust. Earlier, it was 25% CAGR, and that's what we eventually believe would be the standard. But this year, I think it would be a little bit more than that.
So a little bit more could be 30%?
You could say 30. Yeah.
All right. Okay. The other aspect is that, right now in terms of your order book, water and wastewater contributes around 85%, of the order book as well as the top line. So in terms of going forward, when you say 500 crores of more order wins is what you're expecting, is going to be in the same segment, or do you think you see yourself diversifying into other EPC segments or roads for that matter?
So our company is a multidisciplinary infrastructure development company executing B2G projects. We have executed projects in road and highways in the past as well, electricity and transmission as well. So the way it works with government projects is that you need pre-qualification criteria to qualify for projects in the future. So just to keep our experiences alive, we can expect to take on projects in road and electricity as well, so that we don't get outside of that field completely. But our focus would be towards wastewater treatment.
And because your concentration is towards government projects, do you think that you will be open to taking private projects also in future? And if yes, if at all, is there a mix in mind? Because from what I understand, that margins could be better if you move towards private orders as well.
So the schemes that we are executing, so wastewater treatment is mainly charity work, and on the scale that it is that we are executing, private contracts are very small quantum as compared to the government projects that are coming out. For example, the average contract that we are executing is in the range of 250-300 crores. The government is the only one putting out such big contracts, and it may be PSUs. We don't see money opportunities in the segment of wastewater treatment in the private sector. So at the moment, we don't have any plans to expand into the private sector.
Okay, Mr. Tyagi, the other aspect is with regards to EBITDA margins, because in FY26 your EBITDA margins jumped to around 20.9 versus that of 17.8 in FY25, if I'm not wrong. What has led to that, and what is the stable range of margins that you're looking at? Because for you, it depends on project to project that you get for government, if I'm not wrong. So for FY27, what is the stable range of margins that you'll be looking at?
So the improving trend that you have seen over the past few years, that is mainly attributed to the fact that we have concentrated and moved towards the wastewater treatment segment. And as our experience is growing, as we have executed larger projects, we are also qualified for bidding for larger value contracts. So as the quantum and our ticket size, the value of the contracts that we are executing is growing, and we have concentrated in the field of wastewater treatment. That's why you can see that trend growing. For FY27, I think it would be around the same range, maybe 1-2% up down, I can't say, but I think we could expect it to be relatively same.
Just wanted to check with you, earlier there were some delays in orders when it comes to Jal Jeevan Mission. Has that been sorted now, and are the order flows very much in line and timely?
So, sir, I would like to establish that we do not execute Jal Jeevan Mission contracts because those are fresh water contracts, distribution of water supply. We are executing wastewater treatment and management contracts, and those fall under different streams that are Namami Gange and Amrut 2.0. But I have heard there were some delays in those, but we have not faced any such delays in the execution and allotment of Amrut, Namami Gange and Amrut 2.0 contracts.
Okay, but are you completely relying on government contracts, or are there even any private contracts that you're bidding for? Anything that you're expecting to come in?
So there are loads of opportunities in the government sector at the moment. Right now, in terms of wastewater treatment, even tier 1 and tier 2 cities have not been exhausted completely. We can't even think about the tier 3 and the villages, the situation that is there. So currently, there's a lot of projects coming out, and there are a lot of bids in pipeline. So we don't expect to move to the private sector at the moment.
Okay, and so you're not looking into private orders at all. Government orders is your complete focus. But then, are you facing any delays in payments, any delays in receivables, anything on that front, or are payments and deliveries pretty much on time?
I wouldn't call it a delay, but the bill certification process with the government client, it takes some time. So our payment cycle is around 90 to 120 days. And that's kind of the standard. Last year, due to the West Asia war situation, there might have been some more delay than we had expected. But as you can see from our balance sheet, over 6 months, our debtors are only around 2 crores or odd crore, I think, something like that. So payments realize, they take some time, 90 to 120 days, but they do realize.
Okay, just one last question from my end with regards to O&M, because it's a very small part of the business right now, but in the next 3 to 5 years, do you think this could meaningfully contribute to your overall revenue? And if yes, from that 1.5, 1.7 odd % of FY26 revenue, what can that number look like?
So our current order book, which stands around 1,500 crore, out of that around 120 crores is O&M. And as these projects will be completed, the projects that we are currently executing, they will transition into the operation and maintenance phase. And the duration for that ranges around 5 to 15 years, depending on the contract. And going forward, also the contracts that we are currently bidding for, most of the contracts come with the O&M portion with it as well. So I think the quantum will only increase in the future. And the order book that you see for the O&M right now, currently those projects are in the construction phase, and as soon as the construction is finished, the O&M phase will start as well.
All right. Okay, Mr. Dagi, thank you so much for putting that into perspective, and all the best for FY27. We look forward to speaking to you post Q2 earnings as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, with that, let me also welcome in our guest for the day, Lancelot Dikuna, CIO at ValueX Wealth Connect, joining us now. Lancelot, very good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for taking out the time. You probably must have heard the management. Any quick take on Technograph Ventures?
So, I think, yes, it is an interesting business because, the government's focus on wastewater management has been, a good thing, because a lot of these cities, etc., are working on the waste management part of it. And that bodes well for them in terms of increasing order book. However, the stock is trading at almost 31 times its earnings. And, if you look at the market cap, it's about 1,400 crores or 1,350 market cap. And the revenue is about 375 crores last year. Maybe this year they'll do about 550 crores. So if you consider, it's trading at almost like 3 to 4 times its, sales, which is for an infrastructure project a little bit fully priced in a sense, I would say. So maybe one can look at waiting for any kind of price decline, and that would give you an opportunity to look at this project, this company, because it is an interesting space with focus on the wastewater management. And while there are larger competitors in that space, they seem to have got the execution as well, right? And they are getting good orders.
Okay, well, with that, let's slip into a short break, and we'll be back with more small cap news on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Let's build a staggered deployment approach and balance things out between aggressive and safe bets.
Ionic Wealth is your co-founder in your journey of wealth creation.
Let him get a second opinion first.
Sounds good. Ionic Wealth is putting the power of institutional grade AI in your pocket, so you can get your second opinion first.
From bullet trains to Suzuki, Toyota and Sony, Japan is already deeply integrated into India's growth story. Now, after Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Takaichi's summit, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal brings 200 plus business leaders to Japan. Can the next phase of the India-Japan trade story be around semiconductors, manufacturing, investments and artificial intelligence? Join me, Rishabh Bhatnagar, as I travel with the Commerce Minister to Tokyo, Osaka and Nagoya to figure out where the next level of the India-Japan story lies.
Welcome to India's biggest grassroots innovation movement.
हमें ये पूरा रोड मैप क्लियर करके ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाना।
स्पंदन एक पोर्टेबल ईसीजी मशीन है। सिर्फ यहाँ पे थेरेपीज डिजाइन की गई है।
If you need any manufacturing help, do reach out
and I'm more than happy to get your product to all of them.
हर हफ्ते आइडियाज के असली ग्रासरूट इनोवेटर दिखेंगे वंदे भारतम में. Coming soon on NDTV Profit.
Arunesh Chawla, the DPOM Secretary, speaking exclusively with us on NDTV Profit. How do you see the momentum from here, and what's your reading on the expectations around the Hindustan Copper OFS?
This is in line with Prime Minister's vision of sharing the national wealth with ordinary investors, minority stakeholders and citizens of India. Hindustan Copper, has good futuristic investment plans. And if you see the market analysts and the feedback, this is a stock which is forecast to go upward.
80,000 crores.
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit. The next stock that we'll be talking about is Federal Mogul. Now, an interesting counter here. The most interesting part is the cash that the company has in its book. It has more than 800 crore rupees of cash for a market capitalization of just 3,000 crore rupees. What could be the possibility of this cash utilization? Let's get in Puneet to understand more.
Thank you for that. The last 2 days, a very strong up move, already anticipating one of those moves, Somit. We've seen a 15% move over the last 2 days for this counter. Last year also has been largely flattish and almost doubled in the last 5 years as well. But there is an important board meet on 27th August, which is tomorrow, and hence the buzz on the street as well for this counter. Now, they are looking to consider declaration of a dividend, is what the company has said. And essentially, this could be a big one as well, because the last time they gave a dividend was way back in 2005. So, something could be on the cards as well in terms of dividend payments. What could be the dividend is something to watch out for. 3,100 crores of market cap for the company. They have the current reserves of almost 1,381 crores with a cash of, as you mentioned, 800 odd crores as well. So, when you look at a scenario analysis, even if the whole FY26 profits, which was of 178 crores, is distributed as dividend, that could amount to roughly 32 rupees as dividend. If they want to go over and above that, a 10% clause could be applicable as 10% of reserves under section 123, and that could amount to roughly 25 rupees. So including both, you could have a dividend between 50 to 60 rupees at this point of time, once approved tomorrow, and if so approved tomorrow as well. But apart from that also, there are some interesting factors about this counter. Way back in 2018, Tenneco Global, which also has a listed Indian peer, now actually acquired Federal Mogul globally, and along with that came the Indian entity as well. Since then, there were a lot of tussle in terms of valuations. The open offer earlier was done at 400 rupees. Shareholders rejected that, and eventually that settled at roughly around 600 odd rupees, but still below what the shareholders had requested, between 800 to almost 1800 rupees. So it is one of the cheaper auto ancillary companies, trades at 17 times the current valuations, but growth has been absent, and hence the current valuation picture as well. The 10-year sales growth is just around 4% for the company. Profitability is bigger, but continues to be largely one where the growth has been absent for the company. This dividend move could be big, and that's something to watch out for the counter tomorrow.
Lancelot, any view on this? 830 crore is the cash that they have. Can they distribute the entire amount, or there are some limits to that? How are you looking at this counter?
So I think, if you look at the distribution policy, they can look at distributing, whatever the current year's profit by way of dividend, and even some part of the past profits can also be given as dividend. But one actually invests in stock not really for the dividend, but more for the growth. And this company has not seen much revenue growth while it has maintained its margins, at almost the 20%, 20 to 25% levels, and has had a decent profitability throughout consistently. But since there is not much growth, I think, even though it trades at almost only 17 times earnings, you need to pay for growth and not really for dividends. So while on a dividend yield might become attractive for 1 year, but on a regular basis, you may find it difficult to sustain growth.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Federal Mogul. The stock up almost 6% as we speak. But the other one that we're putting spotlight on is Advait Energy. Now, this one is in focus on the back of an order win that, it has won from the Madhya Pradesh, power transmission. And, Varsha is going to give us more perspective on what this order means for the company and also with regards to how financials fare for this one. Varsha?
Well, the order is for emergency restoration system, and this is a 134 crore order which needs to be executed in next 18 months, and hence we are seeing the stock is in focus. Well, this company started as a power transmission solution company, now expanding into green hydrogen and battery energy storage system. Well, this manufactures OPGV cables, wires and ERS system. They are betting big when it comes to green hydrogen and battery storage system. They are building electrolyzer manufacturing business and also expanding into BESS. Now onto the green hydrogen, well, they have early mover advantage. They commission India's first operational green hydrogen microgrid, and they're also participating for 150-200 megawatt of electrolyzers opportunities. Lastly, they're also, they have a massive capacity expansion in electrolyzers, in specialized conductors, and of course a battery energy storage system.
Okay, Varsha, thank you so much for giving us those details on Advait Energy. Lancelot, any quick view on this one? It's given off, gains from the day's high point, but anything that you make of the fundamentals?
So Mahima, it is actually trading at almost 41 times its earnings. So that is an expensive, expensive multiple to pay for an engineering implementer or engineering company. So I think that one has to wait. If at all one really wants to look at investing in this company, that has to become reasonable in price, and then one can look at it. Otherwise, there are so many uncertainties over growth and longer term growth that could impact the risk reward return ratio, and considering that may not give you, even if you look at buying at around these levels, may not give you the returns that you expect, and you could possibly see if there is a quarter or two of negative news or negative performance that could result in severe re-rating on the downside.
The next stock that we'll be talking about is Mangal Electrical. Now, stock has been buzzing in trade today, up around 8%, but in the last one, the stock has remained largely flat. What could be the potential reason behind today's move? Let's get in Shivam to understand more.
Well, yes, Mangalam Electricals, the stock has been advancing for the second session and has been up nearly 14% in last 2 days. In fact, the volumes have also been growing at 5 times when compared to its 30-day average. Now, the company is into manufacturing transformer components and transformers for the power infrastructure, and also provides the EPC services for setting up electrical solutions. And if we look at the uptake in today's session, that could be due to the improvement in the CRGO prices, which is cold rolled steel solutions, which is mainly the raw material for the company and which is mainly used in the transformer manufacturing. So in terms of revenues, that was driven by a healthy volume growth, but the top line, that was partly offset by the lower prices of CRGO, and also the realizations has been seeing a downtick of around 18% in Q1. in terms of volume growth, that has been up around 32% for CRGO, but the operating performance that has improved due to better cost management, and in terms of transformation business also we have seen higher contribution in this quarter. In terms of revenue mix, the transformer components that has contributed around 66.7% versus 84.8% in previous quarter, so there has been a decline in this segment, while the transformer and EPC and other segments have gained the revenue mix contribution. So overall the revenue mix has also been diversified in Q1 of FY27, and going forward the CRGO prices that is going to recover or not is going to be in question and should be looked after for, and also the margin trajectory once the transformer capex, which is scheduled for completion by Q4 of FY27, that is also one of the key monitorables that we should look for.
Right. Lancelot, any view on Mangal Electricals?
So if you look at their business, it's basically processing transformer components, coils, etc., which there are a lot of competition in the industry. It's also a low margin business. So they are generating around 8-9% margin. If you look at quarterly also, this quarter, the margins have actually remained flat to slightly negative as compared to the previous years. So the business does, while there is growth in the business, we haven't seen, there could be some amount of price growth, but very little in terms of volume growth, unless the stock, unless the company grows at least 30-35%, given that it's a small cap, its business has to grow significantly for it to justify a higher valuation. Otherwise, it seems to be reasonably priced at this point in time.
Okay, all right. So that's a comprehensive view coming in for Mangal Electric. Thank you so much, Lancelot, for giving us that perspective on all the small cap buzzers that we took on the show. But with that, completely out of time on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. But up next is Ask Profit, where you can go ahead and ask all your stock-related questions. So do stay tuned in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Factoring in LRS, the route, and the currency hedge, here's your best move.
Ionic Wealth is your co-founder in your journey of wealth creation.
What's the rush? Let them get a second opinion first.
Yeah, this works.
Ionic Wealth is putting the power of institutional grade AI in your pocket, so you can get your second opinion first.
We are turning a page in Nepal's political economy on the bedrock of good governance and bold reforms. We want to accelerate the pace of economic catch-up.
In rapidly changing global landscape, foreign policy must be anchored in strategic clarity and shared prosperity.
Hello, I'm Shashi Tharoor, and beyond statecraft and former treaties lies the true heart of our captain, our deeply rooted cultural diplomacy and people-to-people bonds.
I look forward to sharing our vision for industrial cooperation at NDTV World a week share.
Seamless trade and strategic cross-border investments are real drivers of modern growth.
Understanding the past and present is the key to unlocking the future in India-Nepal tie.
Join me at NDTV World Anveksha, Ideas Across Border in Kathmandu on August 27th as we explore Nepal's role in changing the world. Don't miss it.
From bullet trains to Suzuki, Toyota and Sony, Japan is already deeply integrated into India's growth story. Now, after Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Takaichi's summit, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal brings 200 plus business leaders to Japan. Can the next phase of the India-Japan trade story be around semiconductors, manufacturing, investments and artificial intelligence? Join me, Rishabh Bhatnagar, as I travel with the Commerce Minister to Tokyo, Osaka and Nagoya to figure out where the next level of the India-Japan story lies.
Arunesh Chawla, the DPOM Secretary, speaking exclusively with us on NDTV Profit. How do you see the momentum from here, and what's your reading on the expectations around the Hindustan Copper OFS?
This is in line with Prime Minister's vision of sharing the national wealth with ordinary investors, minority stakeholders and citizens of India. Hindustan Copper, has good futuristic investment plans. And if you see the market analysts and the feedback, this is a stock which is forecast to go upward.
80,000 crores, Mr. Chawla, is the...
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition of the show. My name is Puneet Zaveri, and over the next 30 minutes, we'll try and get to all your stock-related queries. So if you haven't already done so, reach out to us on WhatsApp. The numbers flashing on the top of your screen. Also call us for your stock-related queries to speak to our guest as well. But a very quick check, three important things yet again that you're seeing for the markets. For the benchmark indices, yesterday you did see a good buying at the end in the last 15 minutes of cash as well. A lot of that sell-off being visible today right now on the screen as well. So you're not seeing too much action. Let's look at the heat map also for the Nifty 50 if we can, because again, very individual specific stocks only doing so much today. You're seeing good moves today on Kotak Mahindra Bank as well as HDFC Life. Both are the top gainers. So is the Axis Bank actually from that space. While within the IT space, Tech Mahindra and Infosys, both being the biggest losers for now. Also look at the advanced decline ratio for the broader markets as well, because while over the last week or so there has been consistent pressure on the broader markets, today though that was a very picture perfect in the morning. Now those lines getting closer at this point of time, but still 1600 stocks continuing to advance versus almost 1170 stocks that are declining in trade as well. But also the mid cap and the small cap reflecting this divergence that you're currently seeing on trade as well. The mid cap 150 is up in the green but has sold off from the day's high, and the small cap 250 on the other hand has seen consistent buying. So that dichotomy clearly visible on both these indexes right now. But also the BSE 500. You're seeing a lot of action today in the broader markets. We spoke about the small caps too. KP Global, Quest Corp are two stocks which are topping the BSE 500. Signed on the back of good commentary in the analyst meet yesterday, is up for the second consecutive day as well. You already started getting a lot of reaction yesterday in trade in the last hour. Hindustan Zinc as well as IDBI Bank are some of the other gainers. Under pressure is Varun Beverages today, and we'll put more focus on the stock in the closing shows as well. But overall, you're seeing a lot of action in the small caps today, a lot of gainers too. But to solve your stock-related queries, now being joined by Sachin Sarvadri, he is the independent market expert and the technical expert on the show, and Nandish Shah, he is the AVP PCG Research and Advisory at Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining in today. Let me start with the first stock-related query that we have. It's on Tata Motors, the commercial vehicle business. Our viewer Shankar actually wants to buy into this counter, and he's asking if it's a good time to do so. Nandish, very good afternoon. How are you looking at this counter now?
So on Tata Motors commercial vehicle, we have a neutral rating. So in the month of Jan-Feb, we have been very positive on the commercial vehicle space, looking at the economy. But post at the war and higher crude oil prices has dampened the spirits on the commercial vehicles. But overall, in terms of fundamentals, the numbers have been posted has been quite good for commercial vehicle space since last 2 months.
So would you advise getting into this counter right now, Nandish?
Yeah, but with a longer term view, he can get into the commercial vehicle space. Yes.
Got it. The next one coming through, and this one's on Vodafone Idea. Bindu from Hyderabad, a regular viewer of the show, wants an entry level for this counter. She's asking for the long term yet again. I don't know, Nandish, if you have a view on Vodafone Idea. We've seen, of course, multiple news flows come through over the last few months, but any view that you might have right now on the stock?
So at these levels, I won't recommend addition.
Okay, got it. Next question coming in on Physics Wala. Our viewer is holding roughly 9,000 shares actually at 137 rupees per share. Let's pull up that counter now. Sachin, stocks up almost 6.5% today. But what's your recommendation in the short term? Should he continue to hold? What do the charts suggest?
Overall, it has given a breakout and he can hold with a stop loss of 114.
And what would be the time frame here, Sachin?
114 is the stop loss I am telling, and from a target point of view, we can see 150, 160 from 1 to 2 months point of view.
Okay, for the next 1 to 2 months, got it. The next question coming through, this one actually is on Uflex. Our viewer wants to actually know if it's a good time to buy. The stock was up 20% actually post the results came through. Let's look at the 1 month chart if we can. Our viewer actually has been looking at this counter. This is Surya, who's from Hyderabad. Let's look at the 1 month chart of Uflex if we can. There you go, the 33% up move that you're seeing. 20% was on one day itself post reporting the results, but he wants to know if he should still continue to hold this counter. What could be a target to watch out for, Sachin? On the charts, a slightly more longer term, 6 months to a year kind of a question. How are you looking at Uflex?
So he can hold with a target of 700, and on the long side, like 6 months to 1 year period, we can see 850, 900 levels as well. Only thing is he can trail his stop loss around 450 levels if he is holding. If someone wants to buy, 450 will be the stop loss on closing basis.
Got it. Then that's the target to watch out for as well. But the other question coming through by M. Ahmad from Delhi, he wants to know about Keynes Tech. And yet again, coming back to you, Sachin, he wants a 6 month to a year kind of a view. We've actually seen buying from that 3,000 to that 4,000 level now, Sachin. Is that rally expected to continue?
I will not recommend to buy because the short term and the medium term trend is down basically, and right now we are into a bounce like a dead cat bounce. So today also we are currently trading near the 200-day EMS, which is the last hope. If we are closing below that levels, which is around 4,014 levels, and again we are slipping, then the trend will be down, so it will be a risky bet. If someone is holding, I would recommend to book profits basically.
Got it. Let's go across to Andhra Pradesh now. Bharat, dialing in for a stock related query. Bharat, very good afternoon to you actually. Yes, what's your query?
Good afternoon, sir. I am holding data pattern shares at the price of 57.
Is it 4575? I'm guessing.
4575.
Okay.
So today's stock went up to 6%, and what is the target of the stock, and what is the stop loss?
Got it. So it's a short-term view that you want, Bharat?
Yes, sir. Short-term.
Okay, got it. Sachin, on data patterns, Bharat's buying at 4575. Should he book out right now, or should he continue to hold?
If the stock currently moves above the 5,000 mark, then we can see 5,500 and 6,000 levels also. So definitely he can hold with a trailing stop loss of around 38.99.
Got it. Hopefully, Bharat, that answers your question. Next one's on IEX. Sai, who's from Hyderabad, actually bought these shares at 155 almost 2 years ago. Definitely has been a frustrating ride for him as well as the other shareholders. But his question being, should he continue to hold out, or is there any scope of this counter coming back to his levels? Nandish, I don't know if you have coverage on IEX, but multiple regulatory concerns on IEX. Any view that you can offer, Sai, right now?
So we have a neutral view on IEX. So at least in the short term, nothing is likely to happen. In terms of also results have been quite subdued.
And what's a long-term view on this counter? Because he's been holding on for the last 2 years. What are you watching out for in terms of any regulatory impact or any clarity on the same?
So one of the biggest overhang for IEX was the decoupling of which the regulator has already recommended doing it, and that is the overhang which is likely to continue even in the long term for IEX, despite having a very large market share in the electricity volume segment.
Fair enough, got it. Rani is asking the next question. We're going through thick and fast, viewers, for your queries. So you can give us a call, speak to us as well as a guest. Also send in your queries on WhatsApp. Rani, who's actually looking to buy CDSL, wants a short-term view here, Sachin. What's the target and the stop loss that you should watch out for?
CDSL currently is in a process to change a trend from down to up. If it is closing above 100 and 1450 levels, only then it will be a short-term buy level. In that case, the targets will be 1515 and 1580. In that case, the stop loss will be 1330.
Got it. Well, the next question coming through, and this one is from Sriram. He's bought into Star Health actually at 900 rupees, which I believe was the IPO price as well. This again a counter that's been for Sriram as well as for the other shareholders not worked out too well. But any coverage, Nandish, on Star Health? He wants to know if he should average down right now. We started to see some up move by good results that came through in Q1 as well. Would you recommend him to average?
Yes, I would recommend him to average. And on Star Health, we have a price target of 770.
And what's the time frame? A year, Nandish?
Yes, almost, yeah, about 12 to 15 months, yes.
And Nandish, if you can give us some perspective also, what's actually changed in this last quarter? Because I think ever since the stock listed in 2022 has been, in a downtrend. But anything that you can offer our long-term viewers, what's actually changed this quarter?
So, one of the biggest, beneficiary of the GST cut has been the general insurance space, especially the mediclaim space. And there, Star Health is one of the market, one of which has the highest market share. And that has been one of the big beneficiary there.
Got it. Well, let's go to Andhra Pradesh now. Sheshadri joining in for a stock-related query. Sheshadri, very good afternoon to you. What's your query?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. I'm a regular watcher of this Ask Profit.
Thank you, Sheshadri.
Yeah, hi. I have a question regarding the Power Finance Corporation. So currently I'm holding 101 shares at rate of 374. So what will be the long-term view? I can hold it for a year. I can add here more also.
We've started to see some, pressure come in on PFC as well as REC, Nandish. Is Sheshadri right enough to add more of this particular counter? Any view?
So since last 2 quarters, the results of PFC and REC both has been quite subdued. And there has been a lot of competition from the banks space, especially towards the advances towards the power sector credit. And that is where their competition lies. So I won't recommend any addition at these levels for PFC. At the max, it can be a good dividend yield story play with a yield of almost about 4.5%.
Got it. Well, the next question is on Intellect Design. Naman Bandi holding shares at 757 for this counter. He's holding a decent quantity as well, over 700 shares. He's currently in a loss here. Sachin, what would be your opinion? Should he wait for his buying price or should he average down?
Definitely should not average, and the trend is down basically to hold a stock which the structure is also bad, even momentum is weak, even trend is down. So I think he should exit basically.
He should exit. Okay, got it. The next one coming through, and this question is on Varun Beverages as well. Now, the stock was also in focus on the back of 2 news flows today. We've actually seen that, and this is a question from Monty, who's from Hyderabad. He's holding shares at 420 odd, which is actually close to the current market price. But 2 big updates that the company had. One was that they are entering the Alcobev space. They've appointed a new management leader there too. As you can see on your screen right now, the entity is going to be called Kiva. They've appointed Prathamesh Mishra as the CEO and MD of the proposed subsidiary, who's been in this industry for a while, brings over 30 years of experience as well. He's been, as you can see, all the big names where he's held leadership roles too. The company is also in focus on a new joint venture that they've had, but I think this is the bigger story that is, in focus today. What's also interesting is the fact the stock's not reacting. It's actually down 3.5–4%. So definitely some bearishness visible on the counter. But Nandish, what would your advice be to Monty? He's bought it at the current price, very close to the market price as well. But what, according to you, the street's not liking? Definitely, there's some sheen being taken into this new joint venture, which was already announced in terms of the Alcobev space and the entry for them. But any view?
I guess one of the biggest negative for Varun Beverages is the peak season getting over in the month of April, May and June. And now the results are likely to be subdued for the next at least 1 quarter or 1.5 quarter or so. So that is one of the biggest overhang for Varun Beverages in terms of short term. But over a longer period of time, with international presence coming and also entering into the snacks category and the ready to drink segment, Varun Beverages is likely to perform well even next year. So even in the short term to medium term, there is no capex likely to come, at least in India, where it has enough capacity for next 2 to 3 years or so in terms of volume growth.
Fair point, and that's the view coming in from Nandish. But let's go across to Hyderabad now. Murli dialing in for a stock query. Murli, welcome back to the show. Very good afternoon to you. What's your query?
Yeah, very good afternoon, sir. My query is on IRFC.
Okay.
At 350 shares at an average of 38. I sold a couple of, about 100 shares and it reached 140, 160, 170.
Okay.
So I still have balance of 350. Should I hold it on for a target of 100 or so?
And I think
other query I have is to take up help in ETF.
Murli, I think today let me stick with your query on IRFC as well. But I think the IPO price was 26. So have you been holding on since very early on? How long have you holding on to IRFC?
2022, I think.
2022. Well, you've reaped some gains, of course, and you sold off a little bit at the highest too. Any view here, Sachin, that you can offer Murli right now? Is it a good time to take money off the table, or given the attractive buying price, should he still hold on for a little while?
I think because the trend, momentum and structure is very bad for all the basically railway stocks. So he should book profit because overall the sector is also not supporting the stock. And individually this IRFC, I think it is making a lower high, lower low pattern with a trend down and a very weak structure. So he should book profit.
Hopefully, Murli, that answers your question. But let's now start the rapid fire round in the show. You've actually taken a lot of queries just in the last 16 minutes. But Sachin, as well as Nandish, you know the drill. Keep your answers as short as possible. First question is on Aquitas in the rapid fire round. P. Shri Kumar from Hyderabad, holding at 3287. Sachin, should he hold or sell is his question.
So Aquitas he can hold.
This is Aquitas you're talking about, right, Sachin? Aquitas Chemical.
Just a second.
Yes, sure. It's trading at almost 3,300 odd right now. A view would be helpful. Okay, sorry, he can hold?
Yes, hold.
Okay. The next one, and I don't know, Nandish, if you have any view on Milky Mist, a very recent listing, but Nandgopal actually got some allotment as well. He's bought 100 shares too. Any view that you can offer him right now? Stock's actually locked in upper circuit today.
He should hold. Milky Mist is a company. Yeah.
Got it. Next one's on Bajaj Hindustan. Any view that you can offer here, Sachin? Prashant actually wants to know a target and a stop loss for this counter. He spoke to us about Renuka in the morning, so he's covering the pack today. But any view?
So definitely I will not recommend to buy, but if he's holding, then stop loss will be 18 rupees.
82. Got it. The next one coming through, and this one's from Velu Swami. He's holding on to LNT at 2514. Can he buy more at the current price is the question, Nandish, from him.
Yes, he can add it from these levels too.
Okay. Bandhan Bank at 176 is being held by a viewer. He's holding 7,000 shares, Nandish. I think quarter one, the commentary was very weak and so was the results. Any view?
About Bandhan Bank.
Okay. Next one's from Sriram Raghuraman. He's a senior citizen holding on to Max Estate. He's actually bought this at very attractive levels of just 26 is what he's saying on Max Estate. Stocks at 572. But any view here, Nandish? Should he still continue to hold, of course, given the attractive buying price, or what's your view?
So on Max Estate, we don't have a coverage. Won't be able to offer any view.
The next one's on PNC Infratech. Our viewers bought these shares at 267. A view here, Sachin, on the charts?
Definitely exit.
Okay, definitely exit. All right, got it. The next question, it's on GPT Healthcare. Sachin, coming back to you. A viewer holding shares at 170. Should he continue to do so?
Yes, hold.
Next one is on Paradeep Phosphates. We answered this query in the morning, but our viewer holding shares at 183. Should he hold, Nandish? Any view?
So it's a hold, Paradeep.
Shriram Finance, our viewer Shishadri actually holding shares at 1092. Any view, Nandish, on the stock now?
So positive for Shriram Finance, hold.
Hold. Crompton Greaves bought by Anu at 291. A view here, if you can, Sachin. I know it's a stock that's not done too well, but any view on Crompton?
He can hold, but with a stop loss of around 215.
Got it. Well, that was the last question of the rapid fire as well as this edition of the show. Thank you so much, Sachin and Nandish, for helping us solve queries. We've made it to 87 for the day, including the morning and the afternoon edition. So thank you so much, viewers, for all those who wrote into us as well as called us as well. But out of time in this edition of Ask Profit. Thank you so much for watching again. Stay tuned, a lot more action on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
When outcomes matter, you trust accuracy and precision every time. Because cricket ho ya medical care, trust is earned with consistency. Welcome to Lord's Med. Empowering health, touching lives. Accuracy that shows up when it counts the most. State-of-the-art innovation, made in India. और trust पूरी दुनिया का. When it comes to medical care, choose Lord's Universe. Precision with care.
Lord's Mark Industries, हमेशा आपके साथ.
From bullet trains to Suzuki, Toyota and Sony, Japan is already deeply integrated into India's growth story. Now, after Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Takaichi's summit, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal brings 200 plus business leaders to Japan. Can the next phase of the India-Japan trade story be around semiconductors, manufacturing, investments and artificial intelligence? Join me, Rishabh Bhatnagar, as I travel with the Commerce Minister to Tokyo, Osaka and Nagoya to figure out where the next level of the India-Japan story lies.
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
Welcome to India's biggest grassroots innovation movement.
वंदे भारतम भारतम वंदे भारतम.
हमें ये पूरा रोड मैप क्लियर करके ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाना.
स्पंदन एक पोर्टेबल ECG मशीन है.
सिर्फ यहाँ पे थेरेपीज डिजाइन की गई है.
If you need any manufacturing help, do reach out
and I'm more than happy to get your product to all of them.
हर हफ्ते आइडियाज के असली ग्रासरूट इनोवेटर दिखेंगे वंदे भारतम में. Coming soon on NDTV Profit.
Arunesh Chawla, the DPOM Secretary, speaking exclusively with us on NDTV Profit. How do you see the momentum from here, and what's your reading on the expectations around the Hindustan Copper OFS?
This is in line with Prime Minister's vision of sharing the national wealth with ordinary investors, minority stakeholders and citizens of India. Hindustan Copper, has good futuristic investment plans. And if you see the market analysts and the feedback, this is a stock which is forecast to go upward.
80,000 crores, Mr. Chawla, is the target. You've already hit 52,000 crores in FY27. Do you expect to comfortably exceed this target?
I would say we are working hard and will achieve the target.
What is the dividend picture looking like for CPSEs?
Dividends, we have a plan, but you will see that plan becoming active in the second half, which is when the dividends come in.
We are turning a page in Nepal's political economy on the bedrock of good governance and bold reforms. We want to accelerate the pace of economic catch-up.
In rapidly changing global landscape, foreign policy must be anchored in strategic clarity and shared prosperity.
Hello, I'm Shashi Tharoor, and beyond statecraft and formal treaties lies the true heart of our partnership, our deeply rooted cultural diplomacy and people-to-people bonds.
I look forward to sharing our vision for industrial cooperation at NDTV World a week share.
Seamless trade and strategic cross-border investments are real drivers of modern growth.
Understanding the past and present is the key to unlocking the future in India.
Hi, thanks so much for joining in. You're watching NDTV Profit. That is Sharad Dubey. My name is Alex Matthew, and we're coming to you live from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio, and this is India Market Close. It's another dull day for the benchmark, but the action today is in the broader markets.
Exactly, Alex, and today is the first day of the September series. Not a good start for Nifty, but Nifty Bank is holding up and showing a good strength, almost 350 to 400 points up. And look at that advances and decline.
Yeah.
That's also, we see a good broader market buying is happening as well.
And that's because the mid-cap index is up 0.2%.
Correct.
And the small cap index is up more than 0.6%, in fact close to 0.7%.
Right.
So there are individual counters that are doing particularly well, and Sharad, today is also a day where there are large trades happening left, right and center.
I think 7 to 8 block deals are there, and we'll get you all those details as well. But let's focus on the Nifty gainers and losers. What's happening in the benchmark indices? Of course, amongst the gainers, we have largely the financials name, Kotak Mahindra Bank, HDFC Life, even Ultratech makes it to the list. But what's not working, a little bit of sell-off coming in the IT names.
Yeah, and more red on the screen than green, and a few heavyweights are leading to a bit of a decline for the Nifty 50. Pull up the contributors chart and you will see Reliance Industries in that list. You will also see Bharti Airtel in that list. Infosys and L&T. Surprising for L&T, it's actually been on the back foot despite quite a few
much
big
orders coming in,
coming through, right? ICICI Bank is leading the pack, at least on the contributors chart, and so too is Axis Bank. Of course, there is commentary that has come through from the management of Axis Bank that was in one of the dailies today about better than system growth in loans. 300 basis points better than system is what is being guided for, and so that is perhaps one of the reasons why Axis is doing well in trade. But let's pull up the heat map for the sectors as well, because banking is doing well today. PSU banks are rebounding.
Alex, yes, and there is a good sectoral churn also happening here. Largely metals are also seeing a rebound as well, but what's not working is IT segment. That's where the sell-off is continuing, and that sectoral churn which is happening, that's continuing each week, I would say, for the last 3 weeks.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, and IT would have given you a sign of this even on Monday, where initially in the session it was gaining, and then it gave up quite a bit of those gains to trade just about a couple of percentage points, or actually 0.2% point higher. Consumer durables, infra, FMCG all losing ground today. Let's take a look at individual stocks as well, Sharad.
Let's get in the BSE 500 stocks to show you actually what's happening there. Largely Capri Global for the stock is up more than 16% in the last 3 trading session. Interesting buy coming in Cyient as well. That's the second day of buying coming in from the analyst meet. And also KRBL, we had identified this trend, and again that buying is coming back in the rice stocks as well. Varun Beverages, a little bit of scare coming in, of course, from them venturing into Alcobev and incorporating an arm, and a little bit of profit booking continuing in the sugar stocks as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm curious about Varun Beverages. Pull up the chart for Varun Beverages. It's had quite the session today, because if I remember correctly, it was trading up initially, and then it's given up those gains. It's trading at the low point of the day. Why don't we ask Dharmesh Kant, who's joining us right now, Head of Equity Research at Chola Securities. Dharmesh, very good afternoon to you, and thanks so much for taking the time. And I do want to ask about Varun Beverages and what you make of this proposition to get into the alco-bev space. It's not the easiest space to operate in, but they're likely to offer ready-to-drink beverages. What do you think about this move, and is there an opportunity here?
Yeah, good afternoon, Alex. Thanks for having me for the show. So, Bazaar Beverages has been struggling for last 1 or 2 years to have the same ROC which they used to enjoy and the operating margins. So, we have seen a deceleration in the return on capital employed, and because the capital which we're having was not being deployed effectively to the new business opportunities which they were looking forward to. So, they foray into the African business again is a margin dilutive kind of a foray. They earlier used to enjoy north of 20% kind of a margin, and Africa is largely 13 to 14% kind of a margin. So to counter that, they thought of a strategy of entering into Alcoweb. So in Africa, they already have a tie-up with Carlsberg for the distribution part. Here, I mean, the details are not very clear to us. The RTD, whether they will be tying up with an existing, alcohol maker, and then they will market it or they will go on their own. So that is being awaited. It's definitely, I mean, Alex, as you say, it's a very competitive industry, and I mean, even United States are losing its market share. So, in light of the competition given by Radico Khaitan or Tilak Laga Industries, so, a challenging space. I think market will first like to see proof of pudding, 1-2 quarters, how the sales are happening, what is the strategy, and how they are going to get the margins back into 20% plus kind of a zone. Till that time, I think it's more of a range bound stock with volatility in place. Though it's a welcome step which they have taken, but the execution and the tie-ups has to be seen first.
Right, execution is something to watch out for. Now we are joined in by Rahul Sharma of JM Financial Services. Good afternoon, Rahul. Always a pleasure to have you with us. And markets, the first day of September series coming in, but Nifty showing some divergence with Nifty Bank. What are the key levels to watch out for right now?
Yes, so I think the range-bound setup continues on the Nifty. Bank Nifty relatively has held well in the month of August so far. And the way it is positioned, I think unless and until 24,500 doesn't get taken out on the Nifty decisively, we may just continue to spend time and be a stock-specific market. On a comparative note, Bank Nifty is the better index, as 57,500 is a key area above which it is trading in today's session, and it seems like the closing might also happen above it, which means the gates are open for a higher target of 58,400, 58,600 as well. So as of now, it's best to stick to the ones which are performing. So between the two indices, I would rather go with Bank Nifty. And another index which is doing very well is the Mid Cap Select Index. In spite of what is happening in the Nifty, it's in a zone of its own, although today profit booking has come at higher levels. But comparison wise, it is relatively the best position index amongst all the broader indices that we have.
Rahul, what about the technical picks here you mentioned? Is there a BFSI name also in that?
Yeah, so on the BFSI space, there are a lot of names which are looking good. As of now, I think on the PSU banking pack, the smaller names are the ones which are seeing increased buying activity. Today, Maharashtra Bank in particular has seen very good volume-based price action, rounding bottom on the charts. Looks like a target of 1995 is on the cards. So as a disclaimer, we've recommended to our clients, but we feel that on a positional basis, there is more upside to be had in the stock. So fresh buying can be done at these levels, stop loss placed at 82, and the first target of 90 followed by a 95 target on the upside.
Right, so those are the picks. And by the way, some of those banks are looking really, really red hot today. Bank of Maharashtra for one up as much as 5.